Hello. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Can somebody says, yeah?
Yes.
Welcome. Welcome to day 2 of our virtual Brad CPR sticker TCD conference on development economics, comfortably from your living room or wherever you are. So we'll start right away. We do like we did yesterday, except that the presentation has a 50-minute slot. And I will chair the first paper, and I will give you a warning 10 minutes and 2 minutes to the end. Michael, do you have co-authors in the audience?
Yes. So Chris Nielsen and Sebastian, yeah, they're both here.
They're both here, good. So guys, as we did yesterday, if you want to answer the questions in the chat, please go ahead. And I will collect questions at the end. We'll have 10 minutes to discuss. So you have 50 minutes starting from now.
Great. Thanks so much for...
Floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks so much for having us. This is co-authored, as you saw, with Chris Nielsen at Princeton and Sebastian Otero, who's a grad student at Stanford, and you should look out for on the market in a year. So in many service sectors, education, which is today's focus, health, water, etc., the government must choose how much to provide publicly. And especially in the context of a country that's growing richer, this decision comes as potentially state capacity is increasing. So that might lead you to have more public provision than you would have previously had. But perhaps due to weak past capacity or infrequent and lumpy public investment, many private options might already exist in the market. To understand why this is important, we zoom into one of the neighborhoods in our setting in the Dominican Republic. So this is a neighborhood where you have 3 schools in 2012. One's a public school, and then there are 2 private schools. But it's also a growing neighborhood. And so you might think that 3 options is insufficient for the increasing number of students, say, at the secondary level. So the government decides it might be a good idea to add a new public school. And a few years later, a new public school opens up in the eastern part of the neighborhood. So the public schools here, and now students in this neighborhood have 4 options. This can induce a bunch of changes on the demand side, but we might think in a consumer surplus or like a student sense, people are better off. You have more options. But if enough students find the new public school to be a viable option, then the private schools have found their competitive situation quite different than it used to be. And when we look in our data, we see a few years later, private school 1, which is pretty close to the new public school, has actually now increased its test score quality. And also its tuition has fallen. So there's this competitive impact of having this new public school on the supply side, and one that seems to lead to better outcomes. You have the same options as before with a new public school, but the private school is actually better than it used to be. That said, if the demand shock is big enough, you can get to the point where the private schools try to compete, but they can't make it. And when we look in this neighborhood a year later, private school 2 no longer exists. So this form of crowd out means that we now have back to 3 options. You might feel differently about these 3 than the 3 we started with, but your total increase in options is 0. But the private school 1 is also better than it used to be. And so in thinking about, was this a successful expansion of public provision, we might, there are lots of different outcomes we can look at, but the intensive and extensive margin responses on the private school supply side make this a complicated question. And so to answer it, we're going to look at a setting where we actually have a lot of variation in the level of public provision. Specifically, we're going to study a large increase in public school infrastructure in the Dominican Republic. This increase constitutes a 78% increase over the number of classrooms that existed, public classrooms that existed at the beginning of our sample period. And in GDP terms, this investment is almost identical to the Indonesian expansion of the public sector, public schooling. We also, not just using this as a shock to understand how the market adjusts, but changes to the number of public schools or building new schools is a very commonly proposed policy in developing countries. And so we think understanding the impacts is of inherent interest. But we're going to use this change to make several empirical statements. We're going to start with an event study framework where we estimate the causal effect of opening a new public school on a variety of market outcomes. We'll start by looking at whether it changes where students go to school. We'll find, maybe unsurprisingly, that when you open a new school, a bunch of students go there. And this is going to come mostly at the expense of the private sector. In terms of whether students stop going to any school, we find minimal evidence that the dropout rate changes. But this is a pretty large demand shock. And so we start to look at, do the types of options and which are available, do they change in response? We start by examining the private school extensive margin, and we find that the number of private schools drops. For each public school, you lose roughly about 0.7 private schools. So the net change is not that big. This is mostly driven by increased closures rather than reduced entry. But the private schools that survive, they might change quite a bit too, in a way that might be pro-competitive. So we look at private school intensive margin choices, and we find that tuition falls and test score value added, I'll talk about what that is in a little bit, increases. When you add all this up at the student level, if we look at how a student is affected by whether a new public school enters the student's neighborhood, regardless of which school the student is attending, we find noisy but zero effects on test scores. But there's a lot changing here, right? The private schools, the options are changing. Some of them disappear. The ones that remain get better. And so even students that don't go to the new public school might be quite affected by the induced equilibrium responses. And so to understand how these different margins interact, as well as to think about what would have happened had we had different levels of public provision or different types, we're going to specify an empirical model of school choice and competition. We're going to use this to evaluate a few policy counterfactuals that I'll show you today. The first is going to examine what would happen if we were to change kind of the expansion of the public school sector. And we're going to fix the quality of the expansion at the level we see in the data, which is kind of medium to low quality in terms of test score outcomes. We'll find that test scores actually increase with more or fewer public schools than the number that they built, and you'll see why. We'll then think about how this choice of how many public schools to build depends on the quality of the schools that you can build. And we'll interestingly find non-monotonic test score effects with respect to the quality of the public schools that you build. And this will be coming mainly through changes in the equilibrium. Okay, so I'll spend a while in the context and give you lots of the policy details that you'll need, and then we'll give a few descriptive pieces of evidence. Then I'll more formally introduce the data and then show you our event study analysis. And then we'll specify the model. We won't be able to give you all of the details, but we'll give you a sense of how we bring data to identify the various model parameters. And then I'll show you what we get out of it in terms of counterfactual predictions. Okay, so this is a map of the Dominican Republic, and we've highlighted, or we've outlined the urban areas, or I should say, these are more appropriately the non-rural areas. And in 2012, 52% of public schools are in urban areas. So they're dispersed through the country, but pretty much all of the private schools are in urban areas. And so in the Dominican Republic, private schooling is really an urban phenomenon. These private schools don't just exist, they get pretty high market shares. So here we've shaded the different markets according to the percent of students or fraction of students who go to each sector. And we see that the private schools get 30 to 40% of student enrollment in a lot of these urban areas. The south central big part is Santo Domingo. And so the private schools in 2012 constitute a really important part of this market. The private schools also vary quite a bit from each other and from public schools in terms of the test score outcomes that we see. So let's start with the solid lines. This is density plots across different schools of the average 12th grade test scores that their students are getting on the national tests. The blue is public, the orange is private. So you see that the private distribution is shifted slightly to the right. On average, the private sector schools have higher test scores, but there's a lot of dispersion within sector. But this could reflect mostly sorting or selection of students into sector based on things that don't have anything to do with which school they were, the causal effect of attending school. And so we're going to follow kind of standard economics of education practices and estimate a value added. I put the estimating equation at the bottom. You'll hear more about our data later, but we have student level data that tracks students over time and across schools. So we're going to estimate, we're going to regress your 12th grade score on a flexible function of your own eighth grade score, some X's, and then school fixed effects. And basically, the cubic function of your pass scores will allow us to control for some aspects of selection of students into schools. When we then recover these estimated fixed effects and call them value added, we plot them as the dashed lines. You'll see they differ a little bit from the solid lines, but you still see some sectoral difference and a lot of within sectoral variation in terms of the quality of schools. So if you were just to say, okay, the private sector might be quite affected by expansion of public schools, it would be really important to understand which part of the sector is affected and in how, because there's so much overlap. These schools get slightly better outcomes on average. They also charge not too much in tuition. So this is a histogram of the monthly fees associated with attending a private school in the Dominican Republic. The schools charge a registration fee at the beginning of the year, and then you pay a monthly fee, and a typical amount is $30 to $40. Relative to the median household income in Santo Domingo, this is something like 4 or 5% of income. So with all of these private schools and public schools, the country started to take some international tests. Here we focus on a regional test, TCD, that countries in Latin America take. And on the left, we have the math scores and the right language scores. And the axes are scores in different grades. So the bottom left part is not a place you really want to be. And that's where the Dominican Republic found itself, especially when they compared themselves to countries they considered peers. They were disappointed with the results. This garnered a lot of attention within the country. And a lot of the low performance was blamed on the fact that there's a ton of overcrowding in the public schools. So even though you have a lot of private schools, the public schools are also well over their desired capacity to the point where they start rationing hours. Here we have a histogram of the fraction of students who go to each session of the day within a public school. And you see over half of students in 2012 are attending a morning session, they're home by 1. Most of the rest of the students go to afternoon sessions, and only a really small fraction of students get full day instruction. So this was seen as a pretty big problem, and it led to a grassroots movement to spend more on education. So the demand of the movement was, let's increase our spending on education to 4% of GDP from a previous level of just over 2%. So in order to spend this money and to relax some of these constraints on how many hours can be offered, in 2012, the government announced the creation of a school construction program. The program targeted building 28,000 classrooms across both primary and secondary schools. And the goal was to complete these schools within a 4-year period. They count classrooms in the Dominican Republic rather than schools in terms of thinking about public infrastructure. This is partly because the additional classrooms were split between classrooms in entirely new buildings and expansions of previously existing buildings, adding more classrooms to them. In total, though, this represented a 78% increase in the total number of public school classrooms available. And so far, more than $2.5 billion have been allocated towards building these schools. We need to give you a few more details on how the projects were built, as this is going to be crucial for our identification of causal effects. So leading up to 2012, when they announced this large construction program, there had been several scandals where the public procurement contracts went to people with political connections, and there were charges of corruption. So the government wanted to allocate such a really large number of contracts in a transparent way, and they chose to do it through open lotteries. So with really only minimal entry requirements, anyone with a degree in something related to building, like civil engineers, architects, or construction companies, were invited to participate. They could participate either as a firm, or even individuals not associated with a firm were allowed to participate. In fact, participation and the fraction of people who actually win contracts, over 80% of them are not part of firms. So a lot of these contracts are potentially going to people who don't have experience building anything, much less a school. In total, over a 3-year period, they allocated over 1,800 contracts. And they did it, the 3-year period consists of about 4 different waves. So they assigned them in 4 different waves. Probably the highest need areas got projects first. They put them, this is a map of the country and where they placed the schools. And you can see they cover the whole country, but a lot of them are in the urban areas. So goal number 1 was, let's give students more hours of instruction at public school. And at least in the time series, it seems like they accomplished this. So this shows over different school years, the fraction of students attending each session. The leftmost bar within each group is how many students are going to full day schooling. You'll see that about 2 years after the projects were assigned, in about 2014-15, some of the new schools start to open. This allows the new schools, as well as old schools, to now offer longer days. And the percent of students getting full day instruction rises to almost 60%. And if we were to extend this forward, it's closer to 100% now. So students are going to school for longer at these public schools. These public schools also represent an entirely new competitor in the market, and a bunch of private schools are concerned about this. They note that because they don't have any direct support from the government, there's no kind of voucher system within the Dominican Republic, they are unable to compete with the new public schools. And they say that a bunch of them will have to close. And this seems to be more than cheap talk, as in our data, we see that the number of private schools closing spikes around the time that new public schools start to open. So 14-15 is when you see some new public schools. Okay, so this is the context for which things are happening. To tell you a little bit more about how we're going to study it, let me give you some details about our data. So we have administrative data from a bunch of different sources. In terms of students, for every year, we see their enrollment and their test scores if it's a testing year. During most of our sample testing years in the Dominican Republic or testing grades are grades 8 and 12. But it's a panel, so we can track students over time as well as when they switch schools. Then we were able to get really neat administrative private school data because it includes private schools' investments in their own infrastructure, in teacher training and so forth, as well as the prices that they're charging, which depending on the setting you're used to working in is often quite difficult to find. And then really cool, we have the next year's prices as well, the private school is planning to charge. These next year prices, it won't come out so much in today's presentation, but when we get later to our model of exit, when we see schools disappear from the data, in order to model that, we'll have to think hard about what would have happened had they remained in the market. And so having these next year's prices actually gives us data on some of this. Then in terms of the construction process, we have a lot of data on everything that was assigned as well as how it progressed. So every year we see what fraction of the contract has been completed. We know when they held the lottery, who they assigned the project to, as well as which backup builders were assigned in case the first one couldn't finish. Then we take all of the contractors who were assigned projects and we match them to the tax data, both for firms and individuals. So we see a full panel of tax records from before project assignment all the way through the end of the project and beyond. And for firms, we can also match this to their supplier networks. So we know how they were procuring various inputs that they need to build the school. We then have data on the conditional cash transfer program, and we link individual students within this to their school choices. And then we have census demographic data. We then supplement this with a bunch of surveys we ran. We surveyed principals at both public and private schools over 3 rounds. We started in 2015, and in fact, in many neighborhoods, this was before a new public school had opened, but everyone knew it was coming because you could see it being built. And so we were able to ask schools about their expectations of what might change when the new public school opens. We then also make use of student in-depth surveys coming from some work that Chris has in the Dominican Republic. This is a random sample of 8th graders. It includes a variety of characteristics about their households, but also features of their 9th grade school choice process. In particular, it includes which 9th grade school they plan to attend. Their second choice option were the first one not available, as well as what school they would choose if they could make an unconstrained choice where prices didn't matter. These types of hypothetical choices are going to be really helpful when we think about the types of moments that will help us identify a demand model. Okay, so in terms of the event study framework, our estimand is the causal effect of a new school opening, a new public school, on a variety of outcomes. We have several research design choices to make. First, in terms of looking for where the effects can happen, we define a market. We're going to do it as a very narrow geographical area. This is partly to isolate areas we think might be quite affected by the new public schools. Our results, though, are robust to larger definitions. But we're going to take the location of where the new public schools eventually open and draw a 1 kilometer radius around that. And that's going to be, at least for the event study portion of the analysis, that's going to be like a neighborhood or a market. Then in terms of the event, we're going to specify the timing as the first new public school to open in the market. It's not common, but sometimes some of these markets get multiple new public schools. So we're going to have the event be the first one. Then we have several reasons to be skeptical of the exogeneity of the event, and in ways that could mess up with a standard event study research design. So a lot of these areas are growing pretty fast, and that was one reason that people thought we needed new public schools. And so a lot of the new, especially the first wave of public school contracts, were given to areas that were growing. And so these areas quite likely are on different trends than the areas that didn't get projects. And so the first set of schools opening are in areas that are getting denser. So this is the type of threat that could violate some sort of parallel trends assumption. On the other hand, within a neighborhood, a growing neighborhood, you still have to build the school and you have to procure the land. And the government was very concerned about holdup issues where current landowners would charge lots of money for the land because they know the school has to be built in the neighborhood. And so the government actually hid the exact location of where they were targeting for a while and wound up building a bunch of these schools in less populated and declining density parts of growing neighborhoods. And so in a really local area, you actually see in the data some trends in terms of like number of people going down. And so when we do standard event studies, we actually see some of these trends show up in the ways we're talking about. We're therefore going to try to instrument for the timing of when a neighborhood gets a new public school. And for this, we're going to leverage the assignment of the projects to different contractors. So you'll recall this was done via lottery. So the characteristics of who was given the contract to build this neighborhood school are orthogonal with respect to the neighborhood characteristics. And here we show a histogram of how many years it took between when the project was assigned via the lottery until when the school actually opened. So a typical length is 2 or 3 years of building. And there's a lot of dispersion here. Some projects are a bit smaller, fewer classrooms, they finish faster, some are bigger. But then we show separate histograms by whether the project was randomly assigned to a firm or not. Orange is firm. So you'll see that there's a shift to the left. Firms tended to finish their projects faster. We're going to use this variation as an instrument for when the neighborhood gets its new public school. So we're going to have a standard event study specification. Beta taus are going to be event dummies, where the event here is when the new public school opened in the neighborhood. We're going to start with neighborhood level outcomes. And so a unit of analysis here is going to be a neighborhood year. So we're going to have the neighborhood and the year fixed effects as well. In terms of our instruments, we're going to instrument for the vector of event dummies with contractor characteristics that were randomly assigned. We're going to use whether it was assigned to a firm, as we just showed you, as well as several other contractor characteristics. Before the lottery, did this contractor have any employees? If so, what was the log employment, as well as log employee months, which in our data is akin to hours. We're going to take these contractor characteristics and actually interact them with a second timing dimension, which is time since the project was assigned via lottery. So for instance, the kind of first stage works as follows. If your neighborhood's project was assigned to a firm, then 2 years after assignment, it's quite likely to open. If you were assigned to an individual, you're much more likely to be opening 3 years or 4 years post-assignment. We're then going to do similar analysis where we change the unit of analysis to a school, a private school, if we're looking at, say, private school characteristics, or even at the end to a student. And we have the same specification. It's just instead of at the neighborhood level, it's at the school level, and the fixed effect, the cross-sectional fixed effect updates accordingly. Okay, so I'm going to show you a bunch of event study results in graphical form. They're going to look pretty similar. The x-axis is always going to be event time, where 0 is when the new public school opened. So 0 is the first treated year. The outcome will be, I'll announce it, but it'll also be at the top of the slide. And then because we're going to switch from neighborhood level analysis to school and finally student level analysis, at the top, in the title, I clarify what type of event study this is. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is somewhat of a sanity check. When you open a new public school, do new students go to it? And you see a big jump up, that 400 rising to about 700 students go to this new school relative to the number that went before. Now, the reason we actually have coefficients in the minus periods is that a lot of these new classrooms, which we're calling kind of a new school expansion, they happened at schools that already existed. So even at schools that expanded, you see a big increase in the number of students going to these new schools, and it comes mostly at the expense of the private sector. So, or largely at the expense. So here you see the outcome is now neighborhood private enrollment. And you see that when the new public school opens in time 0, you see a downward drop that increases over time in the number of students going to private school. It's actually a fairly high fraction of the total share within this neighborhood. The drop in private enrollment we see it looks quite consistent with the drop in the number of private schools. So this is at the neighborhood level, how many private schools are operating. And you see a drop of by period +2, we're on the order of about 0.7 private schools have disappeared from the market on average. So if you add one new public school, it's usually one, maybe on average slightly more than one. On average, you lose 0.7 private schools, so the total number of schools is not changing by too much. Okay, so this could come from increased exit or reduced entry. If we now switch to a school level model, for this analysis, we fix the set of schools in our sample as the ones that were open at the beginning of our sample period. We then look at their probability of ever exiting or having exited at a certain point. And we see here that once the new public school opens, private school exit rates start to increase, going up to about 15% by the 15 percentage points by the end of the sample. You actually see a little pre-trend here, which we think makes a lot of sense because exit is potentially quite a forward-looking decision. And so during these pre-period events, especially -1, you know the public school is coming because it's being built right near you. And so you might have, especially for these types of dynamic forward-looking outcomes, you might have a reason to respond early. We've done some robustness around changing, especially for dynamic outcomes, changing how we define event time. And we find that this seems to explain the results. Now that's in terms of the extensive margin. And as we talked through in the initial example that we started with, that reduces the number of options students have available. In terms of the quality of the market, it's hard to know. Those could be low or high quality options. So it's unclear whether quality has changed. The predictions on the intensive margin are a little bit stronger. For schools that survive, they faced a negative demand shock. We might think that they have less market power than they've had before. And so we want to test whether they make choices of offering essentially better products. We start with tuition again. So this is monthly tuition, and we see that when a new public school opens in your neighborhood, your private school lowers its tuition relative to what it was in the pre-period. It's a pretty big drop. It's on the order of about 1/3 of the baseline mean, though the drops are larger for schools that had higher initial levels. So prices go down. And then when we look at test score outcomes or school quality as measured by value added, we see that it goes up. So let's start with the dashed line, which is again, private schools. When a new public school enters your neighborhood, private schools value added goes up by about 0.07 student standard deviations. So that the scale here is let's take all of the student level test scores, normalize them to have mean 0 and standard deviation 1. And so a treatment effect of 0.07 is saying on average, the school's impact on test score outcomes moves a student 0.07 standard deviations up the distribution. Doesn't sound that large, though I think it's still a pretty substantial effect, and especially when spread over all of the urban areas in the country. The gray line, though, shows the public school value added. So this is looking at incumbent public schools, not the ones that expanded themselves, but how they change in response to having a new public school nearby. And we don't see anything here. We see that the types of test scores that they're getting are essentially unchanged. Finally, if we change to a student level analysis, and I'll warn you, this is going to be a bit imprecise, and we're working on getting better data to do this. We don't want to condition on where a student goes to school. Instead, we want to look at just if you're in a neighborhood and a new public school pops up, how does that change your outcome? We're going to look at test scores. In the backup, we also have that students definitely are much more likely to go to public school than they used to be. We see kind of a noisy 0 effect on test scores. Test scores don't seem to move much, but this hides a lot of variation in terms of where students are going to school. A lot of students are switching across schools where the first and second school differ quite a bit in their baseline quality, as well as students are at private schools and not moving, but the schools themselves are increasing their quality. So students benefit that way. So things are moving around in lots of different directions. And in order to summarize these, and as well as isolate the margins one at a time, we're going to propose an empirical model. So before we get there, let's just summarize that we see on the extensive margin, large crowd out of private schools. On the intensive margin, we see lower prices and higher value added. Now let's go to the model where we'll be able to understand these margins and how they interact, as well as predict outcomes for counterfactual policies. We're going to focus today on varying the level of public provision and then evaluating that at different quality points. But in the paper, we're hoping to go also into more straightforward policy counterfactuals that vary where the schools were placed, thinking about if they incorporated the effect that the schools would have on the market, especially through the private schools. Could there have been a different distribution of a fixed level of public provision that would have gotten different results? Okay, so I'm going to try to give you the model in enough detail so you understand it, but there's some I'll have to skip for time reasons. Our model is of rising 9th grade students, choosing where to go to 9th grade. A student I exists in market M. Here now market has changed from the event study. The event study before we looked at really narrow neighborhoods. Now a market is like a city. So a market includes all schools that could plausibly be kind of jointly considered by a student. I'm going to choose a school J to attend for year T. So we're going to now think about the supply side, and we have a bunch of public schools and a bunch of private schools. For the public schools, we're going to treat them as non-strategic. Their characteristics in which public schools that are open are changing quite a bit over time. In fact, that's the focus of the policy. But we're going to treat it as exogenous, and it's partly motivated by this value-added event study graph where we saw minimal response in part of the public school on behalf of the public schools in response to other public schools. In terms of the private schools, we're going to start with modeling private school entry. So at the beginning of each year, a bunch of private school potential entrants, which are going to be location specific, they decide, should we open a school? And if so, we have to pay an entry fee. This entry fee is like registering with the government, which is an actual fee in our data, as well as any opportunity costs of time, say if you have to learn how to open a school. Then once entry decisions are realized, all the schools that just entered, as well as any schools that are still around from last period, are going to make a choice of whether to remain open and what price to set if they remain open. Their objective here is going to be to maximize profits. So in our setting, these schools are for profit. Many of the people who are running these schools recently switched from other businesses that are for-profit businesses. And so we think profit maximization for the private sector here is a reasonable way to model it. Okay, on the demand side, we're going to have a fairly standard IO-like student choice model. The indirect utility that student I derives from choosing school J will be a linear function of a bunch of school observables. So what price the school charges, which would be 0 if it's a public school, the value added of the school, the number of hours that the school offers, is this a private school? And then we have a distance term, which is the distance in kilometers between where the student lives and where the school is located. Then the second to last term you'll note is this CAC term at the school year level. This is an unobservable term that might make certain schools more attractive or less attractive for reasons that we don't see based on our observables. You'll also note that a few of these coefficients, the first two, have I subscripts on them. We're going to have heterogeneous preferences for price and value added. This is important because if we were to say shut down a private school that's high priced, we wouldn't necessarily expect all of the students to immediately show up at the public school. These might be students who come with higher income, with families from higher income levels and so forth. And so having heterogeneous price sensitivity is really important for modeling the types of substitution patterns that we think are reasonable. We're going to have these coefficients vary with demographics according to whether the family is eligible for the conditional cash transfer program, as well as mother's education. In terms of the price coefficient, we're also going to have a random coefficient that's log normally distributed with parameters that will estimate. The outside option here is you don't attend any school, you drop out. And finally, the epsilon on the end is a type 1 extreme value error that's IID. This will give rise to a mixed logit model. On the supply side, we think it's a little bit easier to show this in a timeline graph. Okay, so in each period, a year is a period, but we're going to have different stages. At the beginning of each year, the private schools will decide whether to enter or not. So their choice is enter, 0 or 1. If I don't enter, I get 0. If I do enter, then I'm going to get my expected variable profits going forward, minus my fixed operating costs, which I'll pay because I'm in the market, minus an entry fee. So that chi on the end is an entry fee that we'll estimate. The fixed cost to operating, we're going to parameterize as a log normal distribution with parameters that we estimate. Okay, so at the beginning of the period, schools decide, do I enter or not? Then everyone sees who enters. The schools that entered pay that entry cost. The second stage within the year, the private schools that are left, they're still in the market, are going to jointly decide whether to exit and what price to set if they stay in the market. These decisions are made simultaneously, and all schools make simultaneous decisions as well. This kind of leads to some complicated solving for equilibria, and I'm happy to talk about that towards the end if you're interested. In terms of the exit and pricing decision, if you exit, you get 0. If you stay in the market, you get profits, and you're going to try to maximize these profits. Your variable profits are a function of P minus a constant marginal cost, P minus MC, times the number of students you expect to have. So N is market size, and then we have an expectation over the share of the market you expect to get. Then we have to deduct the fixed costs to operating. Okay, so schools decide whether I exit, and if not, what price to charge. Then the set of options are available for students to choose from. Students choose where to go to school. Schools' profits are realized. Okay, to estimate the model, this is a partial list of the moments, but we think they're the ones that are most important for identifying our parameters. On the demand side, I tried to motivate why preference heterogeneity is important, and we think the survey data that we have is really well designed to capture such heterogeneity. So in the survey, recall, we asked students, what's your first choice school and what's your second choice school? The fact that students are kind of reporting to us 2 different choices tells us a lot about the things they care about. For instance, if a student reports 2 very high-priced private school choices, we might think that the student doesn't necessarily like price, but the student's price sensitivity is pretty low. If another student reports 2 public school choices, even though there are lots of private schools nearby, we might think that the student has a particularly strong preference for low-priced schools or the public sector. So we're going to use as moments the covariance of the characteristics of the schools you listed as your first and second option. Then we're going to leverage this question on what choice would you make if you were unconstrained in terms of having to pay for it. We're going to measure how many students report they would switch to a private school from a public school if prices were all 0. We think this is really a nice moment to use to identify a price coefficient. So kind of for standard reasons, we have price endogeneity concerns. In fact, our supply side shows that price is modeled as a strategic choice. So high quality schools for unobservably high quality schools might charge higher prices. So we need an instrument or exogenous variation for price. We think the survey question is really nice in that it's kind of our imposed instrument in some ways. We say, what would happen if all prices were 0? It's kind of a mechanical first stage. And then we see what they would choose. It has the downside that it's an unincentivized choice, but it has another feature that's really nice here. We showed you a lot about the extensive margin mattering in terms of which private schools are open. And so even if you had a shock to the market that was orthogonal to everything, that led schools to have to compete harder and lower their prices, if it also affected the extensive margin, then it would potentially induce selection that would reintroduce an endogeneity problem. Because this is a hypothetical question, which is only about your choice, keeping everything else fixed, this kind of holds the extensive margin fixed in a way that we think is, that is nice. We also have additional demand instruments. We still have to instrument for the value added the school offers. And here we're going to return to the variation we used in our event study. I see a hand raised.
Abhijit here. So tell me why I would why you would take these counterfactual statements seriously. What do they know about the school? Do they have the right information? Maybe they just heard of one and have not heard of the others. How much weight should I put on, completely characteristics that are actually negatively related to quality, advertising, schools that advertise more, what is it that, how should I interpret these things? I guess I'm troubled by using these very sort of I'm not very comfortable with using any of these, and in particular, it would be help to understand why you trust them.
Okay. So this happens in the context of an intervention that Chris and his co-authors did around information about school choice and the returns to education. And students were given in-depth surveys about a bunch of things, including their school choice process. You can go back and validate the reported choices with what they actually chose. It's all matched to administrative data. First choices all look like, it looks like they're reporting where they wind up going to school. Now, I kind of agree with you that it's one thing to say that the first choice looks like a kind of one that was made with a lot of information or kind of clear in their minds. These hypothetical choices are things that they may never actually have to act upon. Yeah. They report, we don't nudge them to list schools. They report schools that are nearby. Most of them report.
Worse in a sense. You might imagine that that's exactly the worry, that they're picking up schools that advertise more or who have, I don't know whether it's better or worse.
So then, yeah, I kind of think it depends on what we use the model for. So I view here, we're not going to make welfare statements today derived from like the structure of our demand system. We're using this demand system to predict choices and choices that students would make in counterfactual situations. And so things like marketing and different information environments surely affect the types of choices that they're making. Admittedly,
in the same time scale. I mean, they might then, if they decide to go to a school, they might actually invest in it in some
absolutely way. So I think in terms of describing the choices.
Hi guys, I'm going to interrupt this very conversation to say that you had 10 minutes, like 3 minutes ago. So Abhijit, sorry, we stick for only clarifying question, preferably on the chat.
I didn't know
and
that.
And then we'll have 10 minutes at the end.
That was not what the rule was told. I mean, we can have any rule you want.
Sorry.
I don't like this rule, but I will abide by. Okay, sorry.
But implicitly, we are assuming that if the information or marketing things that give rise to the choices we see in the data, we're implicitly keeping those types of things fixed in counterfactuals. And so that's definitely something that you might think, when you mention different timescales, sure, if you change the number of public schools available, private schools might advertise more. So I take that point. In terms of demand, but that's actually, okay, so we don't only rely on this type of variation. We also identify both price and quality coefficients based on the contractor characteristics that we used already in the event study, right? So you see which types of contractors were assigned to your local neighborhood public school. So we haven't done this yet, but perhaps to address the type of concern you have, we can drop those survey moments. They aren't, we're over-identified, it's not essential. On the supply side, we're going to try to match our event study coefficients for the exit rates. So if you recall, we had increasing exit rates once the new public school opened. We're going to ask our model to match those event study coefficients. For any guess of parameters, we're going to calculate your probability of exiting because the new school opened, and then take away the new public school within the model and see what your probability of exiting would have been according to our model. And we're going to choose the parameters that match our event study moments. Okay, I'm not going to show you all the coefficients because they're a little bit hard to interpret on their own. They go in kind of the signs you might expect. We get a decent amount of price heterogeneity. This is what we get in terms of the markups for private schools. So this is price minus marginal cost divided by price. So you see there's a ton of dispersion. Some schools are keeping a lot of their price as profit, at least variable profit. Other schools keeping much less. And some of these markups get up to really high levels, to the point where our model predicts you face very price insensitive demand. And so this public provision comes in a context where a lot of these private schools have a lot of market power in a way that if you change the competition, you might actually force them to compete much harder. Okay, I'm going to show you what we do with the model. I'm going to show you 3 pictures. The x-axis is going to be the same for all of them. And it's going to be kind of a scale of the public expansion. 0 is going to be where we were at the beginning of our sample period in 2011. Then we're going to count the number of new public schools we add to these urban markets. We have these vertical dashed lines, which represent where the actual policy was. So the first one is how many public schools they actually built, almost 1,000. But they actually didn't complete all of the projects that they planned to. This was partly for changes in political winds, and also because some of the builders were really slow and never finished. So the further to the right dashed line represents the policy that they actually originally wanted to do. And we think that's kind of a nice benchmark for thinking about, if we extrapolate away from what they actually did, where are areas which the government considered quite strongly. Okay. Now, for this graph, we're going to focus on the various choices that the private schools make. The left axis is the exit rate of private schools, and that's the red line. We see that for low increases, in public provision, we don't see much action here. That kind of makes sense, right? If you don't add too many new public schools, the shock to the market's not that big. A lot of students have new options, they make new choices, but private schools lose some market power. It's not clear they're necessarily going to exit. Eventually, though, once the shock is big enough, you see exit rates start to increase. They go up sharply because there are a bunch of private schools that can't handle a decently sized demand shock, but not a massive one. And then it gets a little bit concave towards the end. We also show price setting. Acknowledge the right axis is much more compressed, and so that we don't predict huge drops in prices. But we see also that for a while, schools don't adjust their prices very much because the demand shock is not that big. Eventually, though, they wind up dropping their prices. This is the intensive and extensive private school response margins that we've been talking about. It's also kind of noteworthy that they seem to kick in at near similar points. And so it's not that these two margins exist, but kind of happen at different levels of public provision. It seems that they're happening roughly jointly. That said, in order to interpret, like, what does it mean to have schools exit, we kind of need to know who exits. So here we're going to look primarily for today at test score value added. There are, of course, other ways we could evaluate how well this market's doing in terms of number of choices, sorting of students across schools. We think a lot of the economics, though, comes through even by focusing on just test scores. So the y-axis now is going to be the average value added a 9th grade student is receiving, which is essentially school value added weighted by all the school's enrollments. You'll note that for low levels of public expansion, we see a small slope down. This is the period where, in our model at least, where students are being diverted away from their previous choices into the new public schools. This is at the level of the public schools that were actually built in our data at the quality level. And these are a bit below average, even relative to the previous public schools. So you're diverting students away from, on average, higher value added options. Eventually, though, this starts to shift. You start to induce some competitive effects. And these competitive effects for a while are actually leading to much higher quality. So on the intensive margin, this is a bit more obvious. You're leading to better quality, lower prices. On the extensive margin, though, there's a lot of action, but it's really crowd out of what we're measuring to be lower quality private schools. So both of these are leading to higher quality being provided in the market. This pattern continues for quite a while, but eventually at pretty high public expansion levels, it starts to turn back to the point where now you're adding so many new public schools, you've knocked out the part of the private sector that's high quality. Finally, we want to show how this variation changes if the public schools were at different quality levels. So high here is going to be a red line. And this is hypothetically, what if the new public schools had gotten the same test score outcomes that private schools get on average? The blue is going to be a lower, like a 25th percentile public school in terms of test score value added. For low levels of public provision, all of this is, again, just diverting students towards these new schools. So quite predictably, you get better outcomes if you're diverting them into a better new school. No surprise here. But even at middle-sized public expansions, you actually see that for the high-quality public schools, they induce competitive responses much faster, right? They're put in the market and they take away a lot of students such that even for not too many of them, the private schools have to respond. Prices go down, and there's a bunch of crowd out of not very good private schools according to our measure. The low quality public schools haven't really, even though there are a lot more of them, they aren't affecting the market as much because they aren't as viable options. But then eventually the high quality private schools have knocked out all of the, high quality public schools have knocked out all the low quality private schools. And they eventually kind of hit diminishing returns, and to the point where they wind up knocking out much of the high quality private schools left. So this turns back. Eventually though, the blue line starts to slope up because these low quality public schools, while not huge competitors initially, now there are enough of them that they're inducing pro-competitive effects. Two final notes, the lines actually cross according to our counterfactual predictions. This is a pretty high level, a bit far away from our data, but the crossing is kind of interesting such that you may actually not, even if you have access to higher quality public schools, there may be a point where if you have to build tons of them, then it may have actually been better to induce less of a competitive impact on the market, specifically through the extensive margin. Finally, the shapes of these two curves are pretty different. So if we were to think of fixing a quality level, what's the best we can do? Where's the max of each curve? They happen at very different points. So if you were to ask, or tell a policymaker what's the optimal level of public provision, the answer is very different depending on the quality level. And it's actually it's not necessarily in the direction you would expect. The low quality version might actually say, let's actually expand even more than we would have had we had high quality public schools. Okay, so just to sum up, we have increased public provision. We see in the event study framework that this leads to intensive and extensive margin responses. And then from the model, we find that at the observed levels of public school quality of the new public schools, the level that they introduce is actually towards the minimum in terms of getting test score outcomes. This is, it still might lead to more options for students, and we've yet to really look at how inequality changes, for instance, but we think that's quite important. Finally, we investigated how this decision depends on the quality of the new public schools, and we found some interesting predictions that were not monotonic in a way that we would have expected. And then we have a variety of things that we still want to add to the model. And then I see a hand raised from Pascaline.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing. Let me take 2 seconds to clarify the rules and to apologize to Abhijit because they weren't clear. I think it was written in the instructions that you could interrupt anytime. What we meant was to have the chat during the presentation and then to have a discussion after the presentation. We have 10 minutes starting from now where we can have a discussion. So sorry if that wasn't clear. We thought we could use this feature of the Zoom that we can have chat in parallel so that people can get through their material in 50 minutes, as opposed to the standard hour and 15 that we use at Bread. So now, please raise your hands. Pascaline?
Hi, thank you. I had a question about teachers. It seems like there are students in your model, there are schools, but I didn't hear much about teachers, and maybe I missed it, but it would be really useful to understand the extent to which the program that you look at also expanded the number of teachers. And when you do your counterfactuals, at some point, it may not be plausible to be able to find all those extra teachers at some point. So do you have any sense of how teachers choose which schools to go to? Do they prefer to move from a private school to the public school when the public school open, because public school teaching means unionization, safety of employment, or is it not at all relevant here? I just wanted to hear a little bit about that. Thank you.
Great, and I think that's really important. We don't have too much to say in terms of pictures I can show you, but we've thought a lot about this, and we're collecting data on the full roster of teachers now. In terms of how did they staff these new public schools, because you have a big expansion where the teachers coming from. And that it's also a little bit weird. As we treat the counterfactuals, we hold quality fixed as we expand the sector. But if you think, well, you're drawing from further in the teacher distribution, that's kind of a bit odd. The teachers come from a variety of sources. So number one is they have, before all of this, they have a teacher waitlist system. Kind of like a lot of countries, they have excess supply of teachers. So they go further down the waitlist, and the teachers on the waitlist are, we don't know exactly how they compare relative to the ones already in the system, but I don't think it's necessarily like the worst teachers. So they get some expanded supply through that. Number two is that actually some of the teachers beforehand in the public schools were teaching just one shift. So they can get more teaching through more hours per teacher. Finally, they did some other small measures, like they advanced current student teachers straight into having being credentialed. In terms of cross-sector substitution, so I think my impression is that on average, when presented with the option of being public or private school teacher, the public option is usually better because of the things you listed. There's some market segmentation in that you must be Dominican to teach in the public schools. So the private schools rely to some extent on foreign labor, especially Cuban teachers. So there's kind of inability to shift these inputs across sector, but there are still Dominican teachers in the private schools. And so I think that's pretty relevant. We really interestingly, like when we did that public school value added event study, I kind of thought we might see that the local public schools value added would change, not because they're responding competitively, but just because maybe their teachers went to the new school or so forth. We don't see much evidence there, but in general, we need to explore it more.
Very well. Are there other questions that people would like to ask live? Otherwise, I'll go back to the chat. Raquel?
Yeah. I guess I wasn't really sure how you were thinking about peers effects in your presentation. They didn't seem to come up at all. They should be, you would think, endogenously part of the value added. And, you know, you can think about distance traveled as playing part of the price mechanism. So to help, you know, change the market so that everybody doesn't want to go to the same schools. But I just didn't see it.
You didn't miss anything. We think peers are important. They weren't in the model directly. I didn't show it, but we don't see much change in sorting. Not to say that there's no sorting here. We see the types of students who are going to public versus private school are pretty different. But when we look at students based on their past test scores, at least, we see lots of students shifting around across which schools they go to, but we don't see, for instance, when we're looking at high school choice, if we look at the 8th grade scores of the students who got those 8th grade scores at a different school, but they eventually enroll in your high school, we don't see that shifts across sectors in response to this. Like based on past scores, the types of students going to public versus private schools doesn't change in response to the policy. Of course, that's just like one dimension to think about peer effects. There are lots of others. And it could, so we're right now in the, we can, if it's part of the value added estimate, if that's kind of leading to it. So you can think of peer effects as either having effects that show up in test scores or just maybe affect choice for other reasons. We don't really have it in the choice model directly. It could be that unobserved component, which we can talk about whether we should keep fixed when we change policy. In terms of the test score stuff, it would just kind of, it would already be in there and we would measure, that could be part of what we're picking up. We think it's pretty interesting, again, that the incumbent public schools were flat. So the extent to which you think there's resorting in ways that might have changed peer composition and might have disadvantaged the public schools that already existed. That's not the only type of substitution that can matter, but we don't really pick it up there. But we have more to think about along this dimension.
Yeah. I thought it might attract some of the private school, good private school students to the public schools, increase peer quality in the public schools. And that might have complicated non-monotonic effects as you increase the number of public schools that are, you know, that people can choose among.
I totally agree. Yeah. Yeah.
Very good. Does anybody else want to ask a question? I cannot see all of you because we are too many on the Zoom. So raise the hand on the electronically rather than physically. I happen to have Raquel here in front of me, but I can't see everybody else. No. Okay. So I think we have 2 minutes. So I'll just ask a very quick question that was going on in the discussion on the tube, on the chat. And it was originally from Supreme about whether the private schools know who won the lottery and whether they respond to that before the school is built. Because that would invalidate your instrument. Because if the response is before, then they would be slower. You would find less of an effect by the time the school is built.
Right. Okay, so that's right. You still might have uncertainty around when the school is actually going to finally finish. Is it going to make it for this year versus next? But it's a different type of variation in terms of opening, and you can get these types of things. So here is an event study, and this is doing OLS because we can't do the instrument for the reason you mentioned. So this is an event study where the event now is different from before. It's time since the lottery was held. And these are private school exit rates. So 0 is when the lottery was held. We see a little effect in +1, which is the school's probably not open yet, but the public school isn't, but a few private schools exit. We see the effect kicks in much more later. We want to do more here. We have on our list, there's actually some additional variation. There's a middle event in between when it was assigned and when it was finished. It's when they find out where they're going to put it, because this project is assigned with saying it'll be in this general area, but they didn't want to commit to a block because they were worried about these holdup problems. So we know in our data at what point did they finally buy the land. And that's kind of an intermediate point that could also be affected by contractor characteristics, although maybe less obviously so. And so we're hoping to use that as like a different type of information shock for private schools to respond to.
You know, exit is quite a dramatic thing. Maybe they change strategy, they start changing prices, they offer more courses, or, you know, they start responding before.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway,
I think, yeah, hopefully we're trying to kind of meld these together and like, I would think the intensive margin choices are the easier ones and the ones you would start with. The fact that they exited kind of implies that a lot of those weren't enough, but yeah.
There is one last question from Natalie. She asks, do you have any sense if schools could be relocating to other areas with fewer public schools? If so, could be a positive effect for equity as well. But exit would have a different interpretation. Oh, Natalie's got her hand up. Now I can see her. Sorry, Natalie, just read it literally as it was written.
Oh yeah, no, I think you read it perfectly. I was just saying, like, I was just asking if what you're interpreting as exit could potentially be relocation instead, which would have very different interpretations, you know, for welfare in your model, because actually maybe relocation is a good thing for social welfare. And this is something I think we saw in Pakistan a lot, is that sometimes we see things that look like exits, but then it's actually very hard to tell if it's really an exit or a relocation to somewhere else, you know, and that's, you know, potentially farther away from schools being shocked.
Yes, so in our data, we actually have both school codes as well as location codes, so we see that. This is exit of the school completely. I haven't shown you relocations, but they're not many, but I agree with the interpretation. Also, we don't have very many chains here. So it's really individual independent schools, which still could relocate, but it's less of a joint decision. But we could definitely add that to future drafts.
Yeah, and we have effects in I mean, the aggregate share is falling as well. So we just show the kind of event study stuff, but the aggregate, so there's overall less private sector share as well as the changes we're seeing. So
Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, let's see. There's we are 5:02. We're 2 minutes late. Sorry, Nancy. Maybe you can pick it up with them later. I think we have. Thank you so much. A very interesting presentation. We now have Kirill, and I think David is going to take over. And we were wondering whether it's more convenient for people to raise hands during the presentation, then you can be called upon after in the order that you raised hands if you're not comfortable asking in the chat.
And Kirill, I'll tell you after 40 minutes that you've got 10 minutes left. And I guess Peter will be answering questions, I presume, in the chat.
Indeed. Thanks very much, David. Can everyone see my slides and can hear me? Yes. No? Yes. Excellent. So thanks a lot to the organizers for including us in the program of this great conference. This is a paper with Peter Howell, who is indeed in the chat and will help me answer your many questions, I hope. So this paper is about non-random exposure to exogenous shocks. And to help you kind of navigate what I'm doing, I'll adopt this color coding throughout the talk, where good things, the exogenous shocks, will be in blue. And then the bad thing, non-random exposure to those shocks, will be in red throughout the talk. So let me go write in if my clicker works. Never mind. So it may be quite non-controversial in this audience to say that if you want to estimate causal effects of some treatment of your interest, then a gold standard would be to run an RCT where you randomly assign this treatment across different units. And natural experiments, when you don't have an ability to run such an RCT, natural experiments is a way to approximate the same RCT in observational data. Now, as you already saw in Michael's presentation just before, not all experiments are that simple, where you just assign the treatment. And some randomized or natural experiments, they work a little bit in a more complicated way, where they produce some exogenous shocks, which manipulate the treatment of your interest, but these shocks simultaneously affect the treatment status of many observations at the same time to different extents. And these extents are what we call exposure to the shocks, which may not necessarily be random. So to make this concrete and closer to the applications some of you may be interested in, let me give you a few examples. So this, like, studies of network spillovers is a very important special case for us. So you may observe some random shocks to the nodes of some big network. Maybe you just run an RCT on a network, or maybe you just observe some random shocks. But you're interested in how these shocks affect other nodes via certain linkages in the network. And so your treatment of interest would be something like the number of treated neighbors of you. And so that's a function of both who was treated, who was shocked, and who is neighbor to whom. So that's what we call linkages or exposure to the shocks. A very important case for us is if you want to estimate the effects of some transportation infrastructure, and maybe you're lucky enough to observe some exogenous transportation upgrades, but you want to capture the effects that these new transportations, maybe new railroads, have even in cities which are not directly on the route of those rail lines. And so in those cases, it's common to view the treatment variable to be the growth of market access, which is kind of the summary measure of how a new set of transportation upgrades helps different regions. And market access depends not only on the exogenous and maybe random transportation upgrades, but also on the geography of the country, on the distribution of market size across the country, and so on. Things which are predetermined, but not random. Another important class of examples is shift share variables, treatments of instruments, where we observe some exogenous industry shocks. In a typical case, doesn't have to be industries, but often is. So in something like the China shock that many of you may be familiar with, of Otterdon and Hansen, there is some exogenous industry shock, but it affects regions according to the local composition of different industries in a region. So according to local employment shares, which define exposure of a region to these shocks, which may come from a natural experiment. And then finally, something which is more prevalent in fields like health economics or public finance, but not only, you may observe some statewide exogenous policies, maybe decisions to expand Medicaid, as we'll talk about a little bit later. But these policies, they affect people according to their income and demographics. Who is eligible depends on that, and those things are not random in any sense. So in all of these cases, which will be special cases of our framework, you have some exogenous shocks, but exposure of observations to those shocks is not necessarily random. And so we'll ask how exogenous variation generated by the experiment or natural experiment can be leveraged correctly in those settings. And so what we'll do in this paper, we'll develop a formal framework to study both treatments or instruments. I'll pretty much use them interchangeably for now until I get to the formal part, which are constructed from exogenous shocks, but also measures of heterogeneous and non-random shock exposure. And what we'll mainly show that identification of the causal effects requires a conceptually simple but non-standard recentering of your treatment to instrument. And once this recentering is done, the recentered instrument, I'll tell you what it is, soon, its validity will just rely on exogeneity of your shock variation. However, its power is still going to be derived from these non-random differences in exposure. And to do this recentering, the main thing you'll need to do is to specify many sets of counterfactual shocks, which could have happened instead of the shocks which actually happened. And they will effectively serve as a comparison group for the shocks which actually happened in your experiment or natural experiment. We'll then show that once you've done this work to specify these counterfactual shocks for identification, so to avoid the immediate variable bias, you'll also be able to use them for inference to get confident intervals on your coefficients, and also to do specification testing based on randomization inference. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but it will give you correct coverage of your correct inference, even in finite samples of both shocks and observations. And maybe most importantly, we'll illustrate that all of these ideas matter in practice. We'll do it in two applications, of which today I'll discuss in detail one, our main one, which I hope will be of interest to many of you. It will be about estimating employment effects of the Chinese high-speed rail system, where we'll show that our recentering will help you avoid the bias that you might otherwise get. In the paper, we'll also show how, the first one was about bias, but we'll also have an application where you can use our ideas to increase efficiency of estimation in the context of the effects of eligibility to Medicaid program in the US. If I have time at the end, I'll say a couple of words about that. And besides these two applications, we can't have 10 different applications, although we think that our ideas may apply in several different settings. So we discuss the implications of how to think about this in several empirical settings, and I'll try to discuss one about network spillovers, again, as the most relevant one for development economists. There's a lot of related literature that I'll mostly skip, both on the methodological side, like propensity scores is somewhat related, and on the applied side, I'll try to talk about that. So I'll first illustrate our ideas by walking you through a motivating example, quite an idealized one. Then I'll show you a little bit very quickly of the formal setup, and then I'll go to the applications and maybe a little bit about other practical implications if I have time. So our motivating example will be, again, about the effects of transportation. So suppose you want to estimate the local effects of some transportation upgrades, new roads, new railroads, something like that. Again, you want to capture the effects, not just where these railways go, but more broadly. And so what you can do, and what is frequently done, is you can specify your outcome equation in the following way. You relate some outcome in region L, for example, land value in region L, to the growth of market access from this new set of transportation links, where market access is something like the sum across different regional markets, K, of the size of this market, like population PK, inversely weighted by the travel cost from L to K. And this travel cost is determined by the availability of transportation, so the transportation network GT in periods 1 or 2 before, after, and then location of K and L in the geography of the country. This sort of equation is becoming more and more prevalent as a way to estimate transportation effects, starting with the paper by Donaldson and Hornbeck, who show how this equation can be derived from standard models of economic geography and then use it. And then the residual in this equation will be everything else determining, like land value, for example, some productivity or amenity shocks in your region. Now, what is your best hope to estimate the effects of transportation? Well, is to run an RCT where you randomly connect different regions, say some adjacent regions by road. This is, of course, not how it's typically done in the literature. It's a luxury to be able to run this, although there are exceptions, like a paper by Gonzalez Navarro and Quintana de Mec. They randomly paved streets in Mexico in a similar way, not in the same market access context, but still. Or Walter Martinkus and Blythe use a natural experiment, which is an earthquake in Chile, which randomly blocked large number of roads in different parts of Chile. And so we think this is somewhat an interesting setup, but also it's a very useful experimental ideal. In practice, of course, even if you observe some transportation upgrades which aren't randomized, you still may want to think of like some experimental ideal to that setup. And so now things look great. You have market access which grows because of the new transportation upgrades. There is nothing else which changes between the two periods. Let's say population is fixed. And construction of roads is random by design because you randomized it. So you may think that you just run an OLS, you regress your land value on the growth of market access, and you're done. But we say no. And the reason, the intuition, is that randomizing roads is not the same as randomizing the growth of market access due to these roads. So let me illustrate this visually. Again, I'll try to be, to have as perfect a situation as possible. So suppose you have this island, 8 by 8. Before the experiment, it's really simple. There are no roads. Each region has just the same number of people everywhere. So market size is exactly the same. Market access is just the same everywhere. And then you randomly connect adjacent regions by road. Now market access grows. So this figure shows you the roads, and the color is the growth of market access. The darker, the more. So if you just run OLS of your land value growth on this growth of market access, then this OLS will be comparing the dark regions to the pale regions. And at some level, it looks reasonable. Where the roads went, you see higher growth of market access. However, you can also notice that the highest, the darkest regions here are all generally in the center of the map. And that's not by chance. Now, how do I know it's not by chance? Well, since I ran this experiment, I know the randomization protocol. In this case, very simple. I just randomly connected adjacent regions. So I can imagine rerunning it many, many times, redrawing the set of regions that were connected, and recomputing market access in each of these cases, 1,000 times. And so this map shows you the average market access growth for each region across 1,000 of counterfactual experiments. And indeed, you can see that the center gets systematically more market access. And the reason is actually very simple. It's that these regions in the center, they are close to many potential roads. And so wherever they end up being randomly assigned, the central regions still get more market access. And so what this means is that OLS estimation will be in part comparing the center of the country to the periphery. Well, that may not necessarily be the greatest of comparisons and may not give you causal effects. You can think of many reasons why the center and the periphery may be systematically different than unobservables. Maybe there is, a growth of, rising sea levels because of global warming, and so now these regions at the shore, land value goes down, or whatever else, right? This is systematic variation that you may not be willing to use, and it's not really, its validity is not really guaranteed by the experiment. Now, this is a problem, but this problem immediately suggests the solution, which is what we propose. So if you indeed know the randomization protocol, and if you can produce this map, compute the expected market access, but again, by redrawing the experimental roads, recomputing your treatment, your market access growth from this, and taking the average. So if we can do this, then this is a systematic variation which causes the problem. And so what you can then do is to remove it. And that's what we call recentering. So this map shows you recentered market access, which is the difference between market access that actually happened thanks to the random roads, minus the expectation of how much market access each region expected just before you ran this experiment, in a sense. So red means that the region got more than expected, and blue means it got less. And so what we argue, and we'll show formally, is that the recentered market access is always a valid instrument to the actual market access. it removes the systematic component and it uses just the component which is due to the experimental variation, to the fact that these roads and not some other roads from the experiments got realized. Now, in this case, recentering, the expected instrument was very simple. It was higher in the center. And so recentering means removing this measure of geographic centrality. So it's quite simple, but that's not the point. The problem and the solution are much more general. For example, if I did exactly the same on an island which had no roads at the beginning, but it had a few regions which had higher density of population at the beginning, these 4 shown here, I can still compute the expected market access of each region. Now it looks very different. It's higher in the north because for these regions, being connected to one of the adjacent big cities is really great, gives them a lot of market access. So it's lower in the south, it's even lower in the periphery for the same reason as before. So the point is, the pattern of expected market access can be very different depending on the situation. But you can always, if you know the randomization protocol, you can always compute it and subtract it, so recenter your market access measure to get a valid instrument. Okay. Given that we don't have questions here, I'll just proceed. And let me now, with this example in mind, let me show you our formal results on identification and also on inference. So we suppose that you observe the outcome and the treatment, y, l, and xl, for a set of observations, say regions L, and you specify a causal or maybe a structural model that y equals beta x plus epsilon. This is a very simple model. In the paper, we also allow to have heterogeneous effects, that's fine, to have other controls, to have multiple treatments, for example, maybe the direct effect of your experiment and then some spillover effects at the same time. You can also have some nonlinear outcome models as well. All of this is good, but we'll go with the simple linear one. And our starting point is that a researcher has come up with some instrument to estimate beta. And this instrument takes the following form, ZL. It's some observation-specific function of 2 things. G, which is in blue, that's some set of observed shocks, which the researcher views as good as random or random. And then the W, some predetermined measures of shock exposure. Now, this formulation is extremely general. Because we allow for L-specific functions and so on, it just tells you that the researcher who has come up with this instrument can compute this instrument from the information that they have. And they also partitioned in their mind the information which is used to construct this instrument into the exogenous part, which they think is as good as random, and the rest which is predetermined in this mental experiment or actual experiment. And I was talking about instruments, but this also nests reduced form analysis. Just if your X equals Z and has this form, is also constructed from the exogenous shocks and the predetermined exposure. So this is very general. In this setup, we impose the key assumption, which formalizes that the shocks are indeed as good as randomly assigned. So what this formally means is that the exogenous shocks G are independent of the vector of all residuals for all regions, conditionally on predetermined exposure. For example, in our RCT, the shocks would be the set of dummies for which roads are and are not built. And so that will be independent of both the potential outcomes of this productivity and amenity shocks and also the geography of the country jointly, and therefore independent conditionally as well. And as one piece of notation that I need, I won't bother you with more, I'll define the expected instrument, mu L, which is the expectation of the instrument across shocks, across G, conditionally on W, conditionally on the predetermined exposure. And this expectation is importantly taken L by L, region by region. So for each L, you take this expectation across shocks. We don't assume any independent sampling, which wouldn't be appropriate for setups like spatial network anyways. But yeah, so this is, you should think that this is done L by L. Now, here is our key result. We show that it's a very simple, really one-line proof. We show that the moment condition for IV, so the cross-sectional covariance between the instrument and the residual in expectation is not necessarily 0. However, this endogeneity of the instrument and the resulting emitted variable bias, they solely come from the mu, from the covariance of the expected instrument with the residual, and nothing else. And while this is bad news, immediately it implies the good news, which is that if you recenter and construct the recentered instrument z tilde as z minus the expectation of z, then this recentered instrument is always valid, and as long as it has a first stage, we'll identify the coefficient of interest. Moreover, recentering is not the only, recentering like this is not the only way how you can do it. You can, and maybe some of you will find this more intuitive, you can also just control for the systematic component of variation, which is mu. And this also identifies beta even without recentering, because effectively it isolates the same variation in the instrument, which is not systematic. This was all about identification. We also show that your estimator will typically be consistent as long as you have a large sample, such that the recentered instrument is not very mutually correlated across observations. Now, this may look like good news. No, we told you how to fix the problem, how to construct the recentered instrument. Now, the caveat is that to do this, you need to know mu. You need to be able to take the expectation across shocks. So that requires specifying this drawing these counterfactual shocks, which we formalize as knowing the shock assignment process, so the distribution of shocks given exposure. And that may sound pretty difficult to do. So let me spend a couple of minutes explaining how there are many ways how you can do it in practice in different practical situations. It's perhaps easiest to do when your shocks actually arise from true randomization. Very easy in an RCT where you or somebody else controls the randomization protocol, you know it, you just follow it to redraw many counterfactual shocks, you're done. Even with some natural events which are actually random, you can use some knowledge about how these events work and use that to construct counterfactual events. For example, if you want to leverage an exogenous or random earthquake, then you can go to your friends who are geologists and ask them, what is the probability of an earthquake happening in various parts of the country? And so you draw these counterfactual earthquakes from this knowledge. And again, you recompute the instrument recenter, done. Now, when the shocks are not actually randomized and you're using some observational data where these shocks just happen, but you think they're exogenous, then you still often can get some counterfactuals for them by doing roughly what you would be doing with observational data anyways, by saying that these shocks are exogenous in the sense that some permutations of them could as well have happened equally likely. For example, if you have some state level policies that you say are exogenous, then probably what you mean is that you can permute them across different states. And that was just as likely to happen as the ones that actually happened. Perhaps not within all states, but within some clusters of states which are similar. Or in the transportation case, if you observe a transportation development plan, like a list of lines that were planned, and some of them were built and some of them were not built, then in some cases you may be willing to say that the lines that were built were exogenous in the sense that the ones that were built and unbuilt were equally likely to be chosen from the development plan, and it's just by chance maybe the budget was not enough that these and not those were built. So again, you can draw counterfactual transportation networks, which I'll do in the application quite soon. Another case where this applies is if you are thinking of something like regression discontinuity. So you have observations just above and just below some cutoff. And what is called the local randomization view of regression discontinuity is to say that those could as well have been exchanged. And so again, you can get a large set of counterfactual realizations who is treated and who is not. In the paper, we show a bunch of other ways how you can specify this data generating process for the shocks or counterfactual shocks, but I'll skip that now. Now, this was about identification based on counterfactuals. Let me briefly tell you about inference. So the problem of inference in settings like the ones I mentioned, spatial and network context, is that, kind of by design in our set of situations, different observations, different units are affected by the same observed shocks, right? The experimental, the GG. And likely, they're also affected by the same unobserved shocks too, quite often. And so that can create this fuzzy clustering where all observations are affected by the same things. And so that can create some problems for classical asymptotic inference, clustered inference, and so on. And so what we show is that in this setup where you've specified counterfactual shocks, you can very directly adopt the principles of randomization inference that is based on redrawing these alternative shocks. And the advantages of that is that you get correct coverage, exact coverage of your confidence intervals in finite samples of both observations and shocks, regardless of how your residuals are clustered. So you're just relying on your knowledge about the observed shocks, which is nice. The downside is that requires constant effects. And so you may weigh in your application whether that's, what is a bigger problem, or try both. What's more, it doesn't only let you, randomization inference doesn't only let you get a confidence intervals for beta, it also yields new falsification tests. And the idea, and here for falsification tests, constant effects is not a problem because the true effect should be 0. The idea here is very simple. If you specified your counterfactual shocks correctly and removed them, then the recentered instrument should be unpredictable by anything. It should be mean 0, should be orthogonal to pre-train, some balance variables, to the expected instrument that it was supposed to remove as well, all of that. And so there is a very simple way based on randomization inference to test whether that's true or not. So this is about identification and inference. I'll just briefly, since I have a little bit of time, I'll briefly mention one more result, which we have on the paper. So if you have some equation you want to estimate with some treatment X, now I told you that if you specified counterfactual shocks, then whatever instrument Z as a function of GFW you picked, you can recenter it and you'll get a valid instrument. So now you have a ton of valid instruments. And the question is, of course, well, which one do you use? And in the paper, we characterize the most efficient one in terms of asymptotic efficiency by generalizing the classical optimal instrument results of Chamberlain 87. And we actually apply this in our second application to Medicaid that I won't talk too much about. All right, let me move to the application and then speak a little bit about practical implications. So our application is the effects of the high-speed rail system in China, which is by far the largest high-speed rail system in the world. So since 2008, when the first line opened, until 2016, 83 lines were built and opened, and 66 more lines were planned or under construction, but not opened yet. These are fast passenger trains, but for example, Lin's paper in 2017 says that you can still reasonably view their effects through the lens of market access, for example, because these trains are useful for trade purposes to meet suppliers, customers, and so on. And so we'll estimate regional effects of market access due to the high-speed rail. And specifically, we'll collect data on Chinese prefectures. We have 274 of them in the sample, just before the construction, the first line opened, 2007, and in 2016. And we'll look at the growth of urban employment as the outcome of interest. We'll construct market access in some standard way, following Zhen and Kan, just as I told you, as the sum across different markets of their size inversely weighted by travel time. as affected by high-speed rail, because we know the speeds of high-speed rail trains on different lines. And so if you just regress the employment growth across regions on the growth of market access, then you will see this nice picture, robust positive effect, significant, actually quite large. So if this is causal, then this would explain just about half of the total employment growth across China in this period. So this is big. But we will ask whether that comparison of places with high and low market access growth is causal or not. And for that, it's useful to take a look at the map. So this is now not a square island. This is China. But what is shown is exactly the same. The lines which opened by 2016 are in black, and then market access growth is indicated by the color. And so you can see that OLS, in this case, largely, to a big extent, compares this economically developed east and south of China to the largely less developed Western regions and Western provinces. So this may not be the most causal of comparisons that you've seen. And so you may ask what to do. Well, there are different ways you could do. One way, which would be kind of the traditional way, for example, that's what Donaldson and Hornbeck do in their setup with US railroads. You can add controls. You can control for province fixed effects, for longitude, latitude, for some predetermined variables, use your imagination. And this can be great. This can help in a couple of ways. It can absorb the expected instrument, or it can remove all geographic variation from the residual. But we think that there are downsides to this traditional strategy. First, it's hard to justify ex ante that the controls you've put there are enough. This is particularly so because market access is a constructed, complicated variable. So without being explicit about it, it's hard to say that the expected market access growth in which region is captured by the variables you included, or alternatively, that with the variables you included, you capture everything else, how the outcomes are depend on the geography of the country in ways which are not about market access from high-speed rail. And more conceptually, the controlling strategy doesn't have an experimental analog, which we think is valuable to have just for, to be explicit about what exactly variation you're using. And so what our approach suggests here is to instead find valid contrasts for one source of market access variation. You can't experimentally assign market access, and we don't, nobody has done that, but you can think of some determinant of market access as a natural experiment. This determinant of market access, which is as good as random, needn't be about the railroads themselves, because market access also depends on other things. For example, the paper by Barthelme in 2019 identified the effects of market access using shocks to market size, which again affects market access. But we'll be more traditional here, and we'll estimate the effects of high-speed rail using some variation from high-speed rail. Again, this can be done in a variety of ways. In some other contexts, not about market access, some people in the past have compared railways to some counterfactual railways. To give you a nice example, this paper by Alfeld and Feddersen studied the effects of the rail line between Frankfurt and Cologne. And so they compared it in a robustness check to some counterfactual lines connecting similar cities many, many times. We'll do something which follows Donaldson's 2018 paper much more directly. We'll compare built and planned lines to the extent that they're comparable. Here's how it looks. This is the map of China again. Black lines are the lines which are open by 2016. I showed them earlier. And red lines are the lines which were planned by the end of 2016, maybe under construction, but not opened yet. And so what we'll do is we'll randomly reshuffle the built and planned lines. We notice that they're imbalanced on one dimension, which is the built lines tend to connect more regions. So we'll do it conditionally on the number of regions that a line connects. So only permute lines of similar lengths. Here's an example. This is our counterfactual high-speed rail system of China generated by our algorithm. For example, the Beijing to Shanghai line is always included, as it connects like 20 different regions. It's the only one like that. While other lines are permuted between built and unbuilt. And so once I do this sort of picture 1,000 times, I compute market access, I take the average, I get my expected market access in each region. Expectedly, it is much higher systematically in the more developed parts of the country, where both planned and unplanned lines went, and also where being connected to a region nearby is very valuable. They're just big. And so this lets me compute the recentered market access growth across regions in China. Red is, again, you got more market access than expected. Blue is you got less. You can see a couple of interesting things here. This Western region just is all in this green or yellow, which means basically zero recentered instrument. Those are just knocked out from the regression because they didn't expect to get anything. They didn't get anything, no useful variation in there. Some other regions like Tianjin, a big city, is also yellow because it got exactly as much market access as it expected. It got connected to Shanghai via this big line. Whereas some other regions have a lot of interesting and useful variation. For example, Hohhot over here was expecting to get connected to Beijing, but that hasn't happened by 2016 yet. I hear somebody in the Zoom. Can other people hear it too?
I think you should. I don't think it was talking to you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so Hohhot was expecting a great connection to Beijing, but that hasn't happened by 2016. And so it got much less market access than it could expect. Whereas Harbin got this line, this connection to Tianjin and Beijing early. And so those are the types of comparisons we'll be making, of those already connected and those not yet. And so once we use recentered market access, the picture is very, very different. Employment growth in a region is totally unrelated to recentered market access. And even though we removed a good chunk of variation, the standard error is no bigger than before, really. And so the reason why we were finding these big effects before is because employment growth is very strongly connected, very strongly correlated with the expected market access growth. These developed areas in the East were growing faster and they expected to get this higher market access. So that's the type of comparison we don't want to use. We can do all that in a table. It's the same. The coefficient gets close, from large becomes close to zero. We can do randomization inference, and it really is quite similar to the conventional inference here. We can also show the role of controls, which is kind of interesting. That if you include some controls, like distance to Beijing or latitude and longitude, you will knock out part of the effect, but still you get a significant coefficient. Whereas without recentering. Whereas after you've recentered, that's columns 2 and 3, and you can add further controls, that does nothing to the coefficient. So once you recentered, you're using something which is more clean and is not affected by further controls. I forgot to say that we also.
You have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, I forgot to say that we also check that we run specification tests and show that recentered market access, recentered in our way, is not predicted by any of these controls like distance to Beijing and so on. So it's not surprising that the results are robust to them. So let me take a step back now in the last 10 minutes. And so first thing, what do we learn about estimating the effects of transportation effects from our theoretical framework and application? Well, in a sense, our framework shows that if you want to estimate transportation effects, you face 3 challenges. One is well understood, and so I didn't talk about it much in this talk until now, which is that these infrastructure upgrades can be strategically placed in anticipation of the residual, the productivity or amenity growth. And so that problem is well known. There are many ways how it's been addressed. You can use historic networks, something like that, as an instrument for the actual network. So that's not, if it was 50 years ago it's probably not strategic to what is happening today. You can also use what is called inconsequential places. So you drop like big cities that were very influential in choosing where the railroad goes, but you keep less important places which you think where strategic concerns don't really matter. So that's all good. You can incorporate any of these things in our framework so that you start with some shocks which you believe are exogenous, satisfy our main identification assumption. You kind of have to do something like that. It's hard to proceed without thinking that anything about any determinant of market access is exogenous. But there are two other problems which are less well understood and highlighted by our framework. First, both upgrades and these shocks in the residual tend to depend on regional geography. And for example, upgrades are typically, even if they're not strategic, they're typically not uniformly just dropped on the map of the country from an airplane. And so that can generate immediate variable bias even without any strategic concerns. And moreover, even if you're so lucky that your upgrades are dropped from the helicopter uniformly in the country, like in my motivating example at the beginning, then for example, market access growth from these upgrades is still non-random in the sense that it has some dependence on geography. And at these two last problems, which can be solved by specifying shock counterfactuals and being clear about what the alternative, so comparing railroads to other railroads in how they determine, say, market access. And finally, even if you think that you've included enough controls and these problems don't arise anymore, you've dealt with them by controls, we think you can still benefit from doing our things, from specifying counterfactual shocks and recentering as a robustness check, because then if these problems don't arise, then you should be robust to including this. Okay, I'll take the last 5 minutes to just quickly say what we do for other contexts. Very briefly, we have the second application where we estimate take-up and crowd-out effects of Medicaid eligibility, so effects on healthcare insurance in the US, where we view states, so in 2014, many states, but not all states, expanded the coverage of Medicaid according to the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. And so we view, like some literature does, the decision of the state to expand as random across states with Republican governor and across states with a Democratic governor. The problem, as I mentioned before, is that eligibility of a person depends on the demographics, like income and family structure, right? Those are the policies that they say who is eligible. And so the standard solution is to use only state-level variation, only the variation in basically this decision as an instrument. That's what's called simulated instruments. But we say, no, don't be afraid of these non-random demographics. They're okay as long as you recenter your instrument and predict. So we can predict eligibility much better using individual level variation. We achieve 70% lower standard errors. So 3 times lower standard errors on your coefficients for all outcomes. And the other thing I'll mention briefly is that in the development context, another set of cases where this is possibly relevant is network spillover regressions, like the deworming study of Miguel and Kramer that I'm sure all of you know very well. So just briefly, a slightly stylized version of what they do. You want to estimate the effects of Z, which is something like the number of dewormed neighbors, dewormed students who are within 3 kilometers of the school where you go to, except your school. And so this treatment, it's reduced form, so treatment instrument is the same, is a function of who is dewormed, but also who is proximate to whom. And that's non-random. And so the problem, which is well understood by Miguel and Kramer, is that students in denser areas, they will have higher Z, they will have more dewormed neighbors, while dense areas may also have systematically different healthcare and education outcomes. So they understand this problem, they control for the number of eligible, treated or untreated neighbors. And that's exactly what our framework tells you to do. If each student individually gets the same probability of being dewormed, like 50%, then the expectation of Z, the expected number of dewormed neighbors, is just 0.5 times the number of eligible neighbors. You control for it, you control for mu, you're done. However, the solution is very fragile while ours is much more general. For example, if stratification, if randomization was stratified and say boys were less likely to be treated than girls, or big schools and small schools, now the number of eligible neighbors no longer captures the expectation of Z. And so you need to control for the expectation of Z, not for the simple number of eligible neighbors. Similarly, if your spillover treatment of interest was specified with weights, like how many dewormed neighbors weighted by how often you interact with them, you have. So again, the expectation of that is not captured by the simple control median Kramer include. And finally, even more so, if your specification of the spillover is nonlinear in the shocks, like it's a dummy, if you have at least one dewormed neighbor, you're treated, if not, then you're not. Then again, the expectation may be something quite complicated, but you can always compute it by redrawing the random shocks in an RCT like medial Kramer. That's straightforward. Okay, I think I'm running out of time, so I'll just say that in the paper we also show some attractive properties of randomization in shift shear settings. We formalize a class of nonlinear shift shear instruments, proposed not just one but two solutions to OVB there to immediate variable bias, and we'll talk about model implied optimal IV, IVs in market design from randomized school assignment, weather instruments, so more things in the paper. And to summarize, we show in this paper how to estimate causal or structural coefficients with treatments or instruments that combine exogenous shocks with non-random exposure. So what you do, you specify and simulate counterfactual shocks many times, recompute your instrument that you had in mind, take the average, control for it or recenter by it, and so you remove OVB in this way. You can consider using randomization inference, and we share the code to help you with that. Has its pros and cons, but it's quite natural in this setup. And then practically, this simple recentering that we do kind of mostly kills the employment effects of market access from Chinese high-speed rail, gives you more powerful instruments for Medicaid eligibility, which rely on the same exogeneity as traditional instruments, but has a lot more variation, and has, our framework has implications for network spillovers, shift share IV, and everything else. That will be it. Thank you very much, and looking forward to your comments in the chat and now.
Great, thank you so much. So if anyone has a question they want to ask, raise your hand and we can call on you. I guess from the Zoom chat, there was, I guess, one unanswered question from Esther. If she wanted to ask that Peter suggested go into the discussion.
Sorry. So the question is, if you, I have an echo on the computer, which is a bit strange. Yeah, the question is, so you explained that you are taking the lines that should have been constructed and should not have been constructed, and the way you reassign them in your algorithm is by binning them by the number of regions that they should have connected, right? Because they are the ones that they are different. The ones that were constructed ended up being more of these useful lines. So I wonder whether you would already get a 0, say in a reduced form context, if you took each strata of the number of regions that would have been connected by this line, took the regions that are, and then take a bunch of regions that would have been connected by in each bin, say the high. Let's start with the one that connect very few, where you have it's more likely to be a coin toss whether or not you are actually aligned the road. Do you already find 0 in this bin of these little lines? So if I compare all the kind of like random little lines, some of them got built, some of them didn't get built yet, do I already get a 0? And then similarly, you can then look at the more useful lines that are a little bit more likely to be assigned to constructed, but you still get some zeros. You can again construct like in a matching estimate by the quality of the line. So that would be like a more sort of standard way of using the plan versus constructed line. And I wonder whether that's you would already go back to there is in fact no effect, or whether there is something to the very specific and nice way that you're using the, all the extra information you have about, the right functional, the proper functional form in this context?
Thanks, Esther. That's a great question. So we haven't tried. We should. In a sense, what we do is indeed just doing that in a more continuous context, right? Where market access grows, even not quite where the line went. But yeah, I think we can check whether kind of, classifying regions by where the line went and then controlling for fixed effects of like the bins of like, where at least one line of, size 3 of size 4 and so on. Yeah, we can check that.
Because it seems that that's sort of implicit in the way you're constructing your algorithm. So
yeah, no, I think what with this approach, with our approach, you don't need to worry about how exactly to do this, right? Because what do you do with regions which are affected but where no line goes? I don't know. But I think it would be interesting to see how much something reasonable and simple would do. I mean, even if it does well, I think that's great. It's a more traditional way of doing the same thing, of being explicit about what you're comparing to what in terms of lines and not in terms of regions. But I think, yeah, we should do that. I saw another raised hand by David.
Yeah, I had just taken it down, but that's so I guess the question is, in some sense, this is all about still needing to go and justify this instrument, which you sort of skip over a lot in this presentation, obviously, because you're sort of looking at it, how do we deal with the heterogeneity in that? But you said you also look at the heterogeneity and effects, but we might think that being connected to a big market matters differently, whether you're a big market to start with or not a big market to start with. And so, I think that this is useful in separating the identification part from the heterogeneity part. But then in the end, I think a lot of the questions and a lot of the questions in the chat were, we always spend like half the presentation arguing about identification and whether these planned networks are really the right counterfactual or not. And so, I think that's perhaps what's unsettling here is you're sort of saying, okay, we can just automatically accept that the planned ones are the right counterfactual. And we normally would spend half the seminar arguing back and forth with you on that. And so, I think this is nice for sort of making clear where their identification is coming from. But I think, the question is sort of what can we do in your framework to, or what else do we need to do to make sure that we believe that first part of it?
Yeah, no, so absolutely. I agree with everything you said at the end, so that, I just kind of skipped through why we think planned and built lines are comparable. We check some balance of recentered market access based on that. We plan to do more. And you can use all kinds of traditional falsification tests like pre-trains and whatnot to falsify whether you're right about it. The reason why I skipped it is because the point is that even if you have that, you have issues, and that's what this paper points to. Of course, you would believe me more if I convinced you more that our application really works. And we plan to do more on that. Now, I didn't quite get what you said at the beginning about heterogeneity. So, if you're interested in some heterogeneous treatment effects, you specify your equation with those, right? You can have, the effects of market access to be different in a big city or in a small city. I mean, in a sense, market access already captures that in some model-based way, but if you want to do more, you're welcome to. You include a richer specification of the outcome, including some heterogeneity. All of these points about the problem and the solutions would still apply there.
Can I jump in and just add to that answer, Kirill? So I think, David, what you said at the beginning about how normally we would spend half the seminar talking about what the identifying variation is exactly what we're trying to push here, I think, by this agenda. Because I think one thing that sort of gets sorry, I realized my mic was far away. One thing that gets lost in some of these debates, because you're using these constructed instruments that combine multiple sources of variation, is what exactly the right sort of experimental analog is, what exactly the right sort of clean variation that you want to leverage is. And I think that what we're hoping is that a framework like this might help sort of discipline those discussions in terms of really forcing people to be explicit about what these counterfactuals are. Now, obviously, in our application, the counterfactuals that we picked, it's meant as an illustration, but I think, hopefully, it's a direction that people might find useful.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I could imagine that you would spend half of the seminar arguing that your transportation upgrade is actually exogenous, but then you wouldn't do recentering, which means that that's not enough for your identification. You'd still be comparing places based on exposure and not just based on this, what you fought so hard to convince is exogenous.
Kirill, just following up on that, I can't raise my hand, unfortunately. But the following up on that, the placebo regression that people would typically run there is helpful, right? Because if the recentering is important, then you'd fail the placebo, I presume.
Absolutely. And we're saying that failing the placebo is okay. There is no problem that, market access grows more in certain areas. And of course, those areas can be, systematically different. You would fail the placebo, fine. You just want to remove, in a sense, you want to compare your effect to those average placebo effects and use only the residual variation actually coming from the shocks and not the exposure.
Great, thank you so much. I guess we're exactly at 1, so it's a good time to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Look forward to reading the comments.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so technically we were supposed to have a 10-minute break between one paper and the other, and we are at the time when Chris is supposed to start. But maybe can we take 5 minutes and start at 05? I think.
Eliana, I think the 10-minute breaks were always meant for discussion.
Okay. So there was no break whatsoever. Great. In my mind, there was some break. Then, Chris, you're ready to go. And the rules stay as they've been so far. If you have questions, please type them in the chat. Now, I don't know if there is a co-author who's available to answer on the go or not.
If you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so hi, everybody. Right, my collaborator, Santiago Tabon, is here. Say hi, Santiago.
Yeah, hi everyone, thanks.
And yeah, so he's gonna monitor the chat, answer questions, and I'm gonna try to figure out, I don't know how to see you'd think I'd have figured this out by now. There's the chat, so I can see it as well. Yeah,
okay, perfect. So I just gave you a heads up 10 minutes, when it's 40 minutes past, so that you have 10 minutes to go. Thanks.
Great. Okay, thanks to those in other time zones for giving their Friday evening. And can I just reflect how, what a changed world it is now that we have, I think the entire day involved University of Chicago development economists. So we did it, guys, we won. We conquered the last major department, so that's great. Here though is Medellin. Medellin is, this is not a failed state. This isn't even especially a weak state. This is Colombia's industrial and commercial heartland. It's a wealthy city. It has fantastic bureaucrats. It has excellent social welfare programs. It's got a huge amount of tax revenues for security and other kinds of services. But nonetheless, in most of the middle income and low income neighborhoods, particularly as you sweep up the mountainsides to what were 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago informal settlements, but they're now all integrated into the city. So you'll go up to these settlements and you'll find water and paved roads and electricity and even the occasional police person. But even so, if you have a dispute with your neighbor, or you need to evict a tenant, or you need to collect credit from your shop that hasn't been paid, or there's a vagrant or somebody who's disturbing your business, you might not call the police or the city, you might call something called the combo. And so here's 2 pictures of a combo, and you kind of have to hold them both as true. They're very distinct. Most combos, like most street gangs, are groups of 15 to 45-year-old, mostly young men in their late teens and their 20s, like the guys on the left. I believe this is from one of their Facebook pages. But there's also an upper echelon of leadership that's increasingly older, particularly because there hasn't been a gang war in about a decade. And they look a bit more like the guys on the right. This guy's older. He's maybe in his late 30s, early 40s. His group is, not only do they run the local drug trade, not only do they run a lot of local lending and debt collection, not only, like a lot of combos, do they quasi-monopolize or at least license and earn profits from a lot of legal consumer goods, natural gas for your stove, eggs, arepas, which is the Colombian tortilla. They also, he built that craft center behind them, so they hold craft lessons and craft making for kids. There's a recycling center behind it. They've built a community pool nearby. I'll talk a little bit more about this guy later. So it's not just an unruly group of thugs. There's some element of that sometimes, but it's also an order providing and service providing entity. And it's not just Medellin. You'll see this. You see this across Latin America. You can see it in the past in Chicago and LA. You see it currently in American prisons. You see it in Mumbai. You see it in South Africa and so forth. So this kind of gang governance is very common. And it's really endemic in a city like Medellin. So here's the city of Medellin. We've colored in the low and middle income neighborhoods. That's strata 1 through 4. So like brighter color is richer. And what you can see is that even in virtually every middle and low income neighborhood has a combo. We've been conducting something we're calling a combo census. This is a mixture of our own street work as well as integration of many databases, consultations with experts, and some of the qualitative work with gangs I'll talk about in a moment. But this has become what I think maybe one of the most comprehensive sets of data on what gangs exist, who they are, and roughly where they're located. We know the specific territories for some, we don't know them for all. And these are long-standing organizations. Many have been in place for decades. They have well-defined borders that everybody in that neighborhood generally understands. And they're present really in every neighborhood. So how do we know a lot of what we're talking about today? Well, for the last 4 years, we've been conducting interviews with members and leaders of these organizations. So far, we've interviewed about 60, I think we're almost up to 60 or 70 members and leaders of 31 different criminal groups. Now, about half of these we've interviewed in prison. Often these prisons have specific leaders wings where they put high-ranking members, but we've got a growing number of street contacts. A lot of these, this sort of, and this isn't just sort of random interviews. This is very systematic, where, in terms of the information we seek, in terms of the type of people we're seeking, in terms of attempts to validate information by getting multiple sources per organization. And working, this is a collaboration. So Santiago and I are both trained as economists. Ben Lessing and Gustavo Duncan are political scientists and ethnographers and qualitative researchers who focus on organized crime. So this is sort of a formal, very systematic mixed methods collaboration. In addition to all of this qualitative information on the industrial organization, the political economy, and the personnel economics of these gangs, we've been running, I'll talk in a moment about we've just run a citywide representative surveys of citizens, and I'll talk a little bit about the quasi-experiment and the experiment that we've done as a consequence of some of the things we've learned. So this is going to be, essentially this paper is going to be a systematic large N case study of gangs. There's been lots of single case studies. So, economics has gotten a lot of mileage out of Steve Levitt and Sudhir Venkatesh's study of a single failed drug gang. It's been really important and it's a real model, but we're trying to essentially do not the same level of depth, not nearly the same level of depth as Venkatesh was able to get in terms of records and familiarity with that gang, but with a moderate level of depth with many, many organizations is essentially our goal. And so in some of our other work, we have a paper on personnel economics and industrial organization, where we're looking at wage structures, and we're looking at career progressions, and we're looking at why you have different levels of horizontal and vertical integration across these firms and so forth. This is a paper that's really about, I'll talk a little bit about, I'll give you highlights of that organization of crime in Medellin, but I'm mostly going to talk about why Medellin gangs govern civilians and how. And so a big part of what we're doing is merely actually just trying to document this phenomenon of gang governance and essentially the regulation of everyday life, and why are they doing this, and how are they doing this, and we're going to try to think about that through the lens of a simple model, which we're still working on. And then we're going to get to something that looks a bit more like a normal paper, which is to say, which is to sort of tackle this idea or question or investigate this idea that can the state crowd out gang governance by trying to elevate its projection of power? Certainly that's the conventional wisdom. And as a preview, we're actually going to find the opposite. We're going to find that actually escalating state governance seems to crowd in gang governance, which is not what we were expecting at all. And so some of the theorizing and some of the implications of that are some of the things we're still working on, are very preliminary. So first I want to talk, what do I mean by gang governance? So, you know, after talking to a lot of these members and leaders for over several years, and community members and community leaders, it became clear there's a set of things that only the state does. So only the state puts in playground equipment and repairs playground equipment, and only the state's building the soccer fields in a neighborhood, and so forth. But there's a whole set of activities that are, I won't say contested so much as I would say like there's a duopoly of service provision. And so a lot of these things, and this comes from our representative citywide survey of about 7,000 people in total, where we're interviewing both households and businesses. And we identified 17 things that are commonly contested or commonly delivered by both the gangs and the state. And what you see at the top here is an average of all these things. So if we just take one, like a noise complaint. So basically someone's making noise, they have a loud party. How likely is the state to intervene on a scale of 1 to whatever we had? I think 1 to 5. We've normalized this into a scale of 0 to 1. So about 0.4, the state intervening, 0.4 is about a sometimes, if you will, on our scale. And the combo intervenes less. You know, the combo is intervening much more rarely than the state. And so this is an instance where the relative state combo governance in that area is much more skewed towards the state. So this relative state governance for noise complaints is positive. Whereas kids fighting on the streets, so a lot of street disorder or a lot of unpaid debts, the people are still turning to the state, both the city administration, the courts, and the police, but they're slightly more likely to turn to the combo. All right, and across all these 17 things, we can create an index of state governance from 0 to 1. That's an average, which is about 0.4. And on average, combo governance, and this is all low and middle income neighborhoods, is about 0.33. And then on average, this ends up being our pre-specified primary outcome for a lot of the quantitative analysis we're going to do, is something we call relative state governance, which is the difference. And it skews a little bit positive on average in the city. But the important thing is these averages conceal a lot of variation. This is the map of barrios, which is the lowest administrative unit. We don't have sufficient gang territories information for us to sort of plot this by gang. So we're plotting it by barrio. And these are average responses by barrio. And the sort of neutral color is actually, neutral color in blue are actually neighborhoods where the state is slightly more likely to govern across an average of these 17 activities. But the sort of salmon color and the darker red color are neighborhoods where the combo exceeds the state on average across these 17 things. And you can see, you know, that in certain neighborhoods in sort of the far east and in the far north, there's quite, you know, there's very, very strong gang governance. And one thing I should mention is if we were to sort of superimpose all those combo dots on here, all of these blue and neutral neighborhoods would also be full of combos, right? And so if we take, for an example, these northern neighborhoods along the northern border of Medellin with the neighboring municipality of Bejo, these are all extremely strong gangs. In fact, this gang, the gangs that operate here in this comuna are are in some ways among the strongest in the city, but they're not governing. So to some degree, or a large degree, governing is a choice. It's in some sense a business line that some gangs choose to deliver or not, or it's a service that they choose to deliver to their neighbors and members of their community or not. And lighter colors don't necessarily mean that there's no gang present at all. All right. And so partly we want to sort of understand this variation. This is something which, I mean, I don't think anyone had documented this before, and we certainly didn't have a good understanding at the beginning of why this would be happening. Just a few other sort of like, just again, some descriptive data so you get sort of a feeling. We're still trying to understand what this is. If we take that average combo governance index, we also have a set of survey questions on which we call a legitimacy index. And these are the degree to which people trust, are satisfied with, and obey the combo. We also can ask them the same about the state, and we get a state legitimacy index, which is down here. And what you can see is, perhaps not surprisingly, neighborhoods where they have higher levels of combo governance also elicit greater levels of popular legitimacy. And those legitimacy levels can be reasonably high. In fact, they're a little bit lower on average than the state. So the average state legitimacy is just above 0.5 in our index, which is suggesting the state isn't that legitimate in a lot of these neighborhoods. It's just below 0.5 in the combo, but it's comparable. And interestingly, there's not really a strong relationship in any direction between the two. When we talk to these combo leaders, and some of these are middle to senior managers, some of these are the heads of combos like coordinadors. It goes all the way up. Our most senior person is like the right-hand man to the city's biggest mafia crime boss. And they tell a set of very similar stories. So one is just that governing is just a service line. It's one other business line. So in addition to drugs, in addition to consumer goods, where they may be licensing, they can charge security fees for protection. All right, so here, for example, this is the percentage of people who actually report paying extortion and who believe that extortion is being paid in their neighborhood. And since most gangs don't charge most people extortion, they typically don't charge residents extortion. It skews towards businesses, and it skews towards businesses. But even then, even high extortion gangs don't charge all businesses or all people. Now, you might think this is underreported. We ran survey experiments. We ran this direct response versus randomized response. We ran direct response versus list experiments. And we actually get identical reporting rates across these, which I'm sure there's still a substantial amount of measurement error, but this suggests that we don't have a dramatic amount of underreporting. So you can get relatively high, you get a lot of variation in what gangs are providing these services. And when they do provide more services, they tend to charge more businesses. Interestingly, the security fee that they charge is often fairly low. The median amount that a business pays is about $3 a week, which is about 1% of firm profits. When households are charged, it's often 50 cents or $1 a week, which is, again, even though these aren't, this is a city with a 20,000 per person per PPP income. Certainly, there's a lot of very poor people, but $1 a week from a household is not like a huge imposition. All right, so the prices tend to be very low, and that's important. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But there's two other reasons that seem to be extremely important. One is a sense that there's a positive externality on firm profit. So basically, leaders want the loyalty of citizens, and they want this legitimacy because it's going to reduce their collaboration with the state. It's going to increase the likelihood that they hide or help conceal their activities. It's also going to reduce the threat of an internal coup or a seizure or territory seizure by other gangs by having civilian loyalties. And this is going to preserve the real money, which comes from drugs and from other business lines. Also, there's a sense in which governing gives gangs direct utility payoffs. So there's sort of they enjoy being a big man, or they enjoy the power and the loyalty. And you can see this, you can see both of these intertwined in some of the quotes from some of the combo leaders we've met. So personally, says one, doing good work feels good. You can be the worst bandit, but you can always have a good heart of your own. And at the combo level, we benefit because the neighbors take care of us, okay? And what does he mean by that? Well, another combo leader sort of says in a different interview, caring for the neighbors gives the criminal more security. When the community feels comfortable and grateful, they lend their houses so that if you need to hide from the police, the community is going to welcome you. The community goes out to defend you. Another says there's a good relationship with the people and it's easier to bring order in the sector, and so the police don't have to come around. So, and there it's not just a risk of arrest, but when the police come around, it's an interruption of their drug corners. It's potentially a side payment they have to make to the police, who aren't very well paid and can extract from this drug making business. And so simply just reducing the need for the state to come around. You know, this is super preliminary just because, and it comes about because we actually, as I'll talk about in a moment, we counterintuitively learned ex post that state presence seems to be crowding in gang rule. And so we started trying to think just about what like a simple model of duopoly would do. I had to, you know, maybe I'm not the only one amongst you who hasn't looked really at duopoly models since second year of grad school. I want you to sort of think about, basically this is a business line where the gang and the state are both selling governance services for a price, which is a tax or security fee, depending on the actor. But there's a slight difference. So in addition to the standard, your profits are function of your revenues minus your costs, there's also this possible loyalty term, right? Which is in some sense capturing that positive externality on the firm on the broader firm profit. So the fact that you're less likely to get arrested, your drug business isn't interrupted. It could also be just your own personal taste-based preferences. And a really, really simple one, in the simplest way, if this loyalty just enters linearly, then it's basically the same thing as saying that a gang that sort of values this or has this externality basically just has a lower marginal cost of providing governance services. And so, you know, really quickly, what do your best response functions look like? This is the best response function for the state. This is the best response function for the combo with low loyalty, low returns to loyalty. This is the best response function for the combo with higher return to loyalty. These are the two Nash equilibria. And essentially, so intuitively, the combo with higher returns to this externality from loyalty is going to provide more of these goods. And this is consistent with some of the patterns we observe. It's consistent with positive correlations between legitimacy and the quantity of governance that the gang provides, assuming we sort of think of loyalty as maybe as an input or determinant of legitimacy, not quite the same things. It's consistent with these low security fees. Essentially, this need for loyalty disciplines the gang and it sort of acts as a brake on the way in which they might be able to exploit the community and extract a great deal. So it's a disciplining device. It's consistent with the fact that the incidence of extortion is rising with the quantity of governance because they're just charging more people security fees, lower though they may be. Though it predicts that state increasing the quantity, if the state gets some loyalty payoff or for some reason wants to increase its provision of services and shifts out, then it unambiguously, at least in this really simple version, predicts that it's going to crowd out gang governance. And at least in the correlations, that's not what we saw. And so we on average, and this is a correlation that is much stronger before we partial out income and elevation and all sorts of geographic and demographic characteristics. But even after we partial out a lot of the things that we thought might be confounding the relationship between combo and mayor governance, you still see a positive correlation. And actually there's a good question here that I see in the chat that I just want to address, which is how do we deal with sort of misreporting in the qualitative work? So, you know, which sort of addresses this larger question of why are people talking to us and how can we believe? We are trying to triangulate, you know, for most of our gangs, we have more than one source per gang. And for most of the leaders that we're speaking to independently, we're all we're speaking to multiple people about the same topics, and so there need to be a substantial amount of coordination, or informal or similar incentives, which is all possible. You know, there are certain topics where we can't talk about them with them, or it's typically they don't talk about things rather than, we think, strategically misreport. Yeah, I think the you know, in many cases, these are repeated interviews with the same individual over time. So there's a certain amount of trust building, but, you know, we can't completely eliminate this. We're mostly trying to eliminate this through triangulation across multiple sources. Okay, so our first reaction with this positive correlation was this just has to be confounded with unobservables, that surely these two things are substitutes. And that's indeed the conventional wisdom in this literature. So to the extent that there's a case literature that comes to us from Sicily or California prison gangs, there's Raul Sanchez de la Sierra's work, or quantitative on Eastern Congo, that sort of have this idea that essentially criminal rule arises due to an unmet need for dispute resolution, contract enforcement. There's also an insurgency literature by people like Ellie Berman who see that states coming in with both a military force but also public services are successfully crowding out insurgent rule. And it parallels a part of a general literature on non-state governance that sees governance, basically non-state governance, as a substitute for state rule. And as I mentioned, it's consistent with this Cournot model. But there's intuitively, and we're still working out, this is a model that we are still working on, and we haven't really started to formally model some of our intuitions yet about why you might actually see state governance crowding in gang governance. But I'll just give you a few intuitions, and then I'll come back to these after I present the quasi-experimental and experimental results, because because I think I'll come back with a little bit of the evidence and how we're thinking about this. So one is just that it may be that the encounter with the state is more of an alienating experience, pushing people into the arms of the combo and people don't necessarily want to consume more state services. So if the state is abusive or corrupt or ineffective, this could probably explain why higher quantity of state services doesn't decrease quantity of government services. It probably has to act in concert with some of the other mechanisms we have here for there to actually to crowd in. So one of those is just that the state entering and having this duopoly might actually let both actors specialize, not just in different services, but maybe even at different positions in the value chain. And I'll talk in a bit later after I talk about the results about some of the examples we've seen of this, where, for example, the combo essentially is almost like the extension agent of some of the state services because they're very effective at targeting services and mobilizing people. I'm not sure if this is common, but it certainly does happen. The combo can also be effective at affecting arrests and then handing people over to the police. All right, and we see instances of this and so forth. Another is just that we think is more promising is the idea that actually the state entering might just increase the amount of personnel services and funds that the combo can capture. They might even be able to sort of be jointly used for production or jointly used for credit or just directly co-opted such that as the state increases its quantity, we see the combo. And I'm going to show you the combo increases its services, and I'm going to show you some evidence of that. It's also possible that there's some sort of highly increasing returns to loyalty, and there's some functional form for the provision for loyalty, such that an increase in the quantity of state services prompts an increase in the quantity of governance services. And in the extreme, you can imagine a megalomaniacal leader who really, really desires to be the top dog and wants no sacrifice in loyalty, or a gang with its existence threatened. So there might be circumstances, but I think that's probably more rare. Okay, so we're going to do two things. One is we're going to explore the possibility of an internal border discontinuity. The city itself, this is a fragment of the map, is divided into 16 comunas. This is a comuna in the green lines here. And each of these dots is actually one of the blocks that was randomly sampled into our survey. And so these are where we have our resident and business data. And and the blue and the black dots are those within 200 meters of the border, which is the bandwidth we're going to use. But we could use 300 meters or 100 meters and we get the same conclusion. And what you see here, there's two, okay, there's things. So imagine there was a school right here, and you guys can see my cursor, right? Okay, imagine there's a school right here. Anybody can use the school. So whatever commune I live in or hospital, I can use that public service. So there's lots of city services that are offered irrespective of where you live. But there's certain city services that are driven by commune borders. One of them is policing. So the police station and police patrols all come out of the police station. They have quadrants, so they're, you know, their job might be to patrol here, but there's a lot of movement back and forth, such that the more distant you are from the police station, the less attention you might receive from the police. And likewise, there's something called a Casa de Justicia, which is the headquarters for the local dispute resolution office. So maybe, unlike a lot of American cities, Colombia and many Latin American cities have a huge non-police based sort of security apparatus run by the Secretary of Security. And that includes dispute resolution officers, and that includes a lot of sort of street level bureaucrats. And I'm sorry if I'm distracted. I have a 9-year-old crawling around on the floor around me. Apologize. Okay. And so that headquarters is also often the headquarters for a lot of other city services that are commune based, such as family services is a good example. Okay, and you can imagine that proximity to those would both sort of affect citizen awareness of these services and their use on for soliciting these services, but also the patrols and the outreach and the referrals that they would receive. And so the idea is that you get two blocks like these two on either side of the green border, and one of them might be is closer to. Otherwise, the identifying assumption is not necessarily that they're identical on average, but rather that any difference they have are uncorrelated with distance to these state services, and one is more distant from the state. On average, for example, this is just a distribution of this. How does distance to the state change? So this is our main independent variable, change in state distance. How does this change when you cross the border and go from one block to another block that's, and essentially you get at the median about 400 meters closer to the state. And so now, and that ranges from less than 100 meters all the way up to 2 kilometers with the 90th percentile at about 1 kilometer. And so that means when you on average, if you take matched border pairs, on average, one's about 400 meters different, further from the state than the other. And what we want to do is we essentially want to look at how that difference in distance to the state drives the difference in state and combo governance between that matched pair. And so this is sort of a geographic analog to a regression discontinuity. And essentially we're going to control for different characteristics, different covariates, border fixed effects, and we need some kind of running variable for distance to the state, which could be, two-dimensional, latitude and longitude characteristics. We can also use other distance running variables. It frankly doesn't really make a difference. And I see Esther mentioning distance to the state center may affect. We've got, I think this is one of the characteristics in here is different distance from the state center. What do we get? What do we get in terms of the regression results? So each of one of these is a regression. These are the coefficients on. These are the beta ones. These are the coefficients on state distance for different dependent variables. Let me just dwell. So and the takeaway, first of all, is that you get 100 meters more distant from the state. Both your state governance reduces and your combo governance falls as well. What can we make of this coefficient? Well, remember, the average in this sample, just like the full sample, the citizens say they have about a 0.4 on a 0 to 1 scale level of state governance in terms of levels of response. This is the difference between across that border pair, and this is how that difference across the border pair varies with distance, the difference in distance to the state. And this is about if we think of like, this is per 100 meters, so the median is a 400 meter change, that would be about 0.08. That's about a 20% change in relative state, in state governance. Or in standard deviation terms, it's about 0.1 standard deviations. At the median, it's a 0.4 standard deviation change in state governance. A slightly smaller change in terms of magnitudes of, in terms of the combo governance. I'm seeing a question here. The point is that the RD does not address the issue that demand for service may drive both the supplier of the service. Why don't we come back to that at the end? Because I think that might need more discussion, and I just want to get through the results. Not as much evidence of a change in legitimacy. Okay, quickly, like just implications of the quasi-experiment. One, we just have to, it's not clear what this intervention or this treatment is. It's multifaceted, it's many aspects of the state. It's also not clear whether it's getting us initial levels of state rule and how it affects emergence of gangs, or whether it's the sustained and escalated sort of state presence that the city has attempted to put in over the last few decades. And indeed they're intermingled. Nonetheless, it sort of suggests this potential for crowding in. So, what we're going to do is we're going to actually try to look at a much more marginal focused increase in state presence. And we're going to distinguish between places with and without established gang rule. And what happened is we, amidst our sort of explorations of the city, we discovered this tiny little unit of about 6 people within this vast security apparatus that the mayor has, the civilian security apparatus. And it's sort of a bunch of young activists who decided, absent knowing what else to do to tackle this problem, that they were just going to pick one area called La Loma, and they were just going to govern the heck out of it for 4 years. And so they basically really intensified the number of street level staff. And it's not so much that they're directly trying to provide security or dispute resolution or solve problems, so much as they're trying to connect people to all of these social services and problem solvers and courts and dispute resolution officers and garbage pickup and all these sorts of organizations that are supposed to solve their problems. They're also trying to foster more community solving their own problems. And so, and anecdotally, it seemed to be very successful. And so we went to the mayor and we said, well, you have something that's an alternative to these violent, potentially very violent crackdowns. Why don't you try running this at a higher scale? And so they scaled it up from 1 neighborhood to 40. And in doing so, they shrunk the size of the neighborhoods that they tackled. So these neighborhoods are all about maybe just a few square blocks, maybe 1,000, 2,000 people, so a few hundred households. We call them sectors. They're informal neighborhoods. They're not official administrative boundaries, but they're places that people sort of recognize as informal neighborhoods. And each one of these, as I'll explain, gets sort of one sort of these sort of street level bureaucrats. And the important thing is that all of these places have strong combos in the sense of profits and drug plazas, but there's a huge amount of variation in the degree to which they're ruling ex ante. So if you remember that northern border, some are choosing to rule a great deal, some are not really ruling at all. It's a choice. And so what's the intervention that they develop? Well, each of these sectors gets a liaison. Here's one of them. They tend to be university educated people in their 20s and 30s, much like all of this civilian apparatus of the government. It represents maybe a 10-fold increase of street presence of city officials, but in many neighborhoods, it's maybe the first person they've ever seen. Most neighborhoods, it's not the first, but I would say there's a good number that have just never seen significant city presence. And they're trying to help existing community organizations organize themselves better. They're trying to help solve some coordination problems, like where do we put the dog poop? Where's the garbage pickup? Or where do we all put our garbage? But mostly they're trying to liaise and help connect people to this larger city apparatus so that the state can do its job more effectively. And they actually have a quota each week for referrals to the authorities. So they're also holding meetings and connecting people to the police and the municipal service agencies and such in their area. They also hold a big caravana, and they sort of and the city, and there's a committee at the city level that's designed to give them, to basically make sure that when there's a referral or a problem, that it gets solved. So they're basically just trying to intensively govern, do their regular job better and more intensely than usual. This has, on average, the opposite of what we expected. So remember that main outcome, which we sort of, it's the relative state governance index with those two components, right? Which is, this is just state governance minus combo governance, actually goes down. It's not particularly robust. I mean, it's significant at the 10% level, but it's pointing in the opposite direction of what we expected. That's driven in part by a drop in people's perceptions of the state providing services and people's perceptions of the combo providing services. No substantial change in relative state legitimacy, at least it's not pointing down. But as you might recall, we talked about how we pre-specified the fact that we really wanted to look at the difference between these high and low combo ruled areas. And there you start to see some patterns. So this is the average treatment effect across the full sample, but within these two subgroups, you can see that negative treatment effect seems to be concentrated. It's negative in both, and the difference is not statistically significant, but nonetheless suggests that this adverse effect is concentrated in these high combo ruled areas. This average effect of no effect on legitimacy actually conceals an increase in legitimacy in the low combo ruled neighborhoods and a decrease in the high ones, not itself significant, but the difference between the two is. So what did we, just to sort of try to make sense of this, we did some post-program, post-treatment interviews with liaisons and leaders. So we collected data just in the treated communities. And one thing we did is we just created an index of maybe the 15 or 20 ways in which, whether or not the state somehow failed to deliver on a promise. And what we see is that index of sort of failure to deliver or perceived failure to deliver is much higher in the treated communities that had high levels of initial combo governance. And so from the qualitative interviews, you heard people saying in the coexistence council, that's where you get the city leaders and the communal leaders to come to the community and have your meeting. I managed to gather all these residents, but the city never, the city never came. It was just us. Everyone was bored. They never even told me why they didn't come. Or, you know, we call the authorities and they don't show up. So, and that just seems to be much more prevalent in the places with higher levels of combo rule.
Chris, you have 10 minutes to go.
Oh, really? I have, well, then we have extra time for discussion and all these questions. Oh yeah, I'll finish before 10.
So, I mean, there's 20 altogether. If we want to have the 10 of discussion at the very end, you can present for 10 more minutes, as you prefer.
I actually only have a few more slides, so why don't I zip through and then.
Sure.
So this is some sort of suggestive evidence of this idea of there's a potential for alienation, at least this, or perhaps just that the state sort of has a high marginal cost of delivering in some of these combo ruled neighborhoods, that they just don't have the same comparative advantages as the combo. It's not clear that this is going to crowd in combo governance, but it certainly is going to make it very difficult for the state to project power. Another interesting, you know, just to go back to our friend here with the recycling center and the pool, they partly made this from, they make money from yogurt and from drugs. So you can guess which one probably paid for most of the pool. They also got a USAID grant, which USAID was not very happy to find out the NGO they'd given money to was actually a combo. You know, if you talk to this guy, for example, one of the things he said was, yeah, you know, these people come from the city to like deliver services, maybe the family services, and they have to get, you know, they have to address domestic violence, and they come here and they try for a few months, and then they realize that if they really want to help people or do their job, they have to, you know, work with us, and we can tell them who to talk to, and we can tell them where to go. And a lot of that is not so much trying to co-opt their services or even take credit so much, but basically sort of there's maybe this shared interest in generating loyalty and delivering services. And so they actually try to help the state be more effective at things that don't threaten their profits, such as, you know, taking care of domestic violence. And when we ask people in the community and the liaisons and the leaders, to what extent do you perceive city representatives, the local community government, and the local police officers, and a whole host of other factors is like influenced, captured in the pocket of the combo. So there's varying degrees of like capture, but this overall index basically sees we see much higher levels of perceived capture in the places where combos tend to rule, which is, you know, it's not quite, you know, a truism, but it's sort of, it makes a lot of sense. We don't see a lot of evidence that the liaison themselves, there isn't a perception that the liaison themselves or liaison's activities were captured by the combo. It's more this broader state apparatus. Okay, so just a couple conclusions before we get to questions. One is that, you know, this was an unexpected treatment effect, both in the quasi-experiment and the experiment. We don't have a lot of hard tests of mechanism, and indeed, perhaps as you might expect, there's some evidence qualitatively and in these correlations for several of these reasons for crowding in. I talked about some of the alienation. I talked about some of the complementarities. I could give, like with the targeting assistance that they offer, I could talk about other areas where we've observed this qualitatively. I talked a little bit about the example of capture. We haven't really seen much in terms of increasing returns to legitimacy. So we suspect that perhaps these are influential. You know, what this leads is sort of, if we're right, and this is all very preliminary, you know, there's some unexpected conclusions. And the unexpected conclusion is that it's very short term. If you have a very short term focus of the state, it's not clear, you know, if you're interested in maximizing civilian welfare, it's not clear that you should actually be seeking to crowd gang governance out. Rather, by competing in this duopoly, you're actually, you're increasing the amount of governance available potentially, especially if you're crowding in civilians. You're also disciplining the gang. The fact that the gang needs loyalty and the fact that the gang faces a competitor for these loyalties gives the gang short-term incentives to provide public goods and private goods in the form of government services and not to charge extractive prices. And so it's potentially welfare maximizing. Of course, in the longer run, there are other potentially negative externalities to the state of having gangs rule. I mean, a particular problem is the fact that every 10 years there seems to be a war between the gangs and the city becomes the most violent place on the planet. But there are other negative externalities for state functions or for elections. But it's perhaps not surprising that, you know, city governments, which are restricted to a single term, may not have the horizon for really trying to tackle this problem. You know, there's not a lot of tools. We thought maybe this would be a potential tool. It turns out not to be. Coercive responses, arresting people, also seems to have not been very effective for two reasons. One, it seems to provoke violence. The second is because these guys, you know, we met most of these people in prison, and they're merely running their empires from there. And in some ways, it gives them some advantages. They can negotiate easily with other groups. They can. They have longer time horizons. They have ways of holding other criminals to account because everyone knows they're going to have to pass through the prison which they control. And so I won't get into it, but we're starting to think about different interventions or different approaches where we might actually able to change the ways that citizens award loyalty, or the extent to which gangs can recruit it, or that citizens can hold gangs accountable and so forth. And I'll just leave it at that. And we have extra time for questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I think it should be possible for people to directly unmute themselves. So why don't we go that way? Because there were a bunch of questions in the chat and a lot were answered. So those who didn't get answered or whoever has more questions, just unmute yourself and ask.
Santiago, you can also curate some if you want to call on people.
No, I've been just answering a ton of questions.
Joe, go ahead.
I had a question that was, it's a little bit, the paper's very interesting and you find very surprising results. But then this is just more of a methodological question, because my prior would have been that you might find the opposite and might find it erroneously. I guess, are the treated communities small relative to the overall number of comparable communities? Because I guess I would have thought that one issue with the randomization that would lead to spillovers to the control would be limited state resources. So if we focus a bunch of resources on one area, that means the controls are actually getting less.
That's a good question. Oh, go ahead.
Move their activities to neighboring comparable areas.
So, so I didn't show this. I mean, one of the advantages of, we have those 80 treated sectors and we're surveying blocks on those 80 treated sectors, but we also have those hundreds and hundreds of other blocks that were interviewed at the same time for the citywide representative survey. So we not only can we test for spillover, we're not really powered to test for spillovers in this small experimental sample into controls, but we can look for, and the controls we deliberately made sure were as distant as they can be, about 250 meters away or more. But all these nearby blocks in a representative sample, we can test for spillovers. You know, power on spillovers is always a little bit tricky, but we don't see any evidence that there's any spillover into these neighboring communities. And so, you know, so that's part of, I suppose, and it's consistent with the fact that these aren't large, these combo territories aren't large. So if we cover 4 or 5 blocks with our sector, that's probably roughly the average size of a combo territory.
Thanks.
So one thing I wasn't sure about, it seems a lose-lose situation because what you described as the intervention seems light touch. You know, if I go there, talk about garbage collection, I might generate disappointment simply because compared to the huge problems, it looks as if the state is really doing nothing of substance. And yet you say that, you know, more forceful interventions where they were trying and dismantle the gangs that led to extreme violence. So eventually, what do we learn about how to go, you know, either we accept that these gangs are there to stay, or what do we learn also from the qualitative work and the opinions that you collected in your survey about what type of intervention might work? Because I'm not sure I have understood the lessons in this respect.
Yeah. So what I would push back. I'm not sure it's a light. I'm not sure it's a light touch, and that this is just in terms of the relative change in people's like awareness of what services are available and their referrals has just gone up dramatically, and the number of events held by somebody and attempts to coordinate. Now, whether or not they then fail to, whether or not they raise expectations beyond what they can deliver is harder to assess. It suggests that, you know, our results suggested that there's heterogeneity, like they were moderately successful in places where there wasn't gang rule, and then they struggled in those that were. So I think it is possible, and I think it was a relatively intense intervention as far as the sort of allocation of state attention goes, but then the results were maybe lower than we hoped for, even in the non-gang rule neighborhoods, and then of course it backfires in the others. So I don't want us to take away that this is a light intervention, but then it makes us maybe, then the question is, should we even be more despairing about the policy implications? So I think the policy cupboard is bare when it comes to tackling organized crime. I think it's partly due to a lack of discussion and attention and focus in general. And maybe a misunderstanding of how these, you know, this is a clandestine economy, which we don't understand. So, so what, you know, so, but you're sort of, you are, you know, it's not unlike a policy conversation we're starting to have with the city, which can feel despairing at times. One answer is coercive crackdowns could work if we made it more difficult for them to run their businesses from prison. All right. And we see the way it worked in Medellin is, as soon as you started 15 years ago, as soon as they started extraditing international drug traffickers to the US, the Medellin cartels and all of the groups we've been talking about got out of the international trafficking business, right? Because that was a punishment too severe. So it may just be that the punishments aren't severe enough, but I think we'd like to we'd like to sort of think about ways in which, so we're starting to think about, are there ways to change the laws so that you could do anonymous denunciations of the gang? Currently, you have to denounce them and then denounce them in court in person, right? But you could imagine a variety of ways to otherwise provide evidence and prosecute. There's no equivalent in Colombia to the RICO laws, which in the US are laws that essentially helped eliminate the mafia, which allowed mafia heads to be implicated for the crimes committed by their underlings, particularly murder. So I think there are some options and we could get into them, but I think we'd like to sort of push along this line of, can we make gangs more accountable to citizens and see whether or not we can reduce and also go after their rents. Like, I think we could crowd out extortion. I don't know if we could crowd out the drug markets. I doubt it, but I think we could crowd out extortion.
Yeah, I would just add one thing to what Chris said that I guess makes it hard to think about how to tackle this, is that in principle, gang members are just community members. So they're just the sons and brothers and of many people from within the community. So they're competing, I guess, in a different ground as a state for some services, and it's easier for them to develop some comparative advantages, and it's easier for them to develop some sort of loyalties from the community, and that perhaps is another point that stays there as a sort of threat to how easy it is to tackle these kind of problems.
One quick question. I'm not sure if I missed it, but how about employment? It seems like the public good provision technology for the gangs is much more labor intensive than the government, right? And that's something that communities are going to value for sure.
You mean the gangs providing employment for residents?
For people in the community, yeah.
There's a little bit of that. It's not used very widely. So, and this is partly in our other paper, but you see a lot of, they might sort of take the egg producing business or the egg selling business in that neighborhood and say, you get to run this business. And they don't usually charge a monopoly price or a higher price. The price is similar to what looks like the competitive price, but then they get all the volume. All right. And they might give that to a combo member who does that as an entrepreneur, and it means that it's like a rent that they can do. It's a rescindable rent that they can give to combo members, and then they give to community members. That's quite common, and they use that as a way to create loyalty. They also use it as a way that they don't have to pay the combo members as high a salary, because that rescindable rent is sort of a part of their contract. So it's used almost universally within combo members in their immediate circle as a way to sort of pay people outside give people something to do outside of the firm but nonetheless binds them to the firm. It's not used very widely in the population. And we've sort of struggled to sort of figure out why, but it may just be that it's not a very efficient way to generate loyalty.
I think, but I was thinking a little bit more about when they build a pool, they hire labor locally rather than
that guy. That's definitely an outlier. That was there aren't many. That's one of the highest gang governance neighborhoods in the city, which is why we were there. And I don't think we've ever seen anything else like that pool. So it wasn't. Many of the things I talked about today were fairly representative. That one was not.
Yeah. But one thing that's important is related to what Chris said before. Like these gangs can't grow like infinitely. So at some point, many other youths within the neighborhood can become a threat. And there's when we believe that they start to kind of diversifying their business lines and try to monopolize some legal rents just to provide some other additional jobs to people that would otherwise try to start another gang. So public job provision is kind of a result of, perhaps we're exploring this more, but the threat of perhaps other gangs growing in the same territory.
Maybe I can try to ask the question I was trying to ask in the
Sure.
chat. So So the worry that, for example, Abhijit had been raising during the talk is like, yes, of course, it's not, you're gonna find, naturally you would have a correlation between, positive correlation between supply of services by the state and by the combo, because there is the demand. So if the demand is higher, everybody is supplying more. And my only point was that the RD strategy doesn't really address that, because I notice wealth and you control for it, but there could be, you know, many of the possible indicator, like the correlates of demand that are missing in this equation are not really addressed by the RD. If you're closer to the town, it's just, you know, your activity is bigger, you have more demand for services, or you're more used to have services, etc. So that was
the two blocks that are on either, I don't quite understand. So you have two blocks on either side of this internal Comuna border, both of which are equally far from downtown.
Yeah, but they live next to their. The whole argument is that they live next to the relevant state center. So why wouldn't we think that that has effect on all their lives? After all, they are getting these services. So there isn't. I don't understand what. I mean, maybe it's. To me, it doesn't really solve the main problem, because the fact that you're close to your mini center, not the city center, but to your mini center, has impact from the fact that you're close to the government offices. So if there is a problem like the one he cited, which seems impossible, I'm not sure the RD addresses it. And then I just wanted to make a point on your conclusion. Maybe this was the last point, that this is what you wanted to get at, but this is a bit the strategy that, for example, some of the Islamist group put in place in Algeria, by just providing services and making themselves generally helpful. And then from that position, you can, you know, at some point decide that you're going to take over or start a war. So it seems to be like a pretty dangerous strategy to say, let's the combo, you know, deliver the services, everybody is happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I 100% agree. I wasn't trying to be, there's a risk of coming across as too glib. And
yeah, it's a little, I'm just.
Well, so I say two things. Let me address that, and then I want to talk about the identification.
And then, so related to that is of course, it's 2020 hindsight, but one interpretation of your experiment, which maybe in fact is your interpretation, is that as soon as they saw these like young, nice, energetic people coming in, who, you know, could potentially increase the credibility of the government vis-a-vis the local people, then the combo said we better get cracking and re-establish our legitimacy, especially where they had the power to do that. So that would be a pretty natural reaction of the more you're trying to do, the more the states can try to do, the more they are.
Chris, please take at most a couple of minutes to reply, because we're out of time. Thanks.
Sure. Okay. So one is, I mean, I guess the state's predominant strategy with the combos has been to accommodate and not to go coercively, not to crowd out rule. And one reason why is that we believe, it's widely believed, I'm sure this is true, is that you destabilize the combos, you create a lot of violence in the moment, you also potentially destabilize the whole equilibrium. We didn't really talk about how these gangs sort of avoid fighting, but you basically create war. And so there's a disincentive to go after the combos by creating violence. I guess we're pointing out there's an additional disincentive that comes from the fact that you're actually going to reduce the amount of governance available to citizens and not be able to provide it. And so one-term mayor, so maybe the less glib way I should have framed this was that there's some disincentives facing one-term mayors to actually go after some of these things. Not only is it destabilizing, but it actually might reduce welfare in another dimension, make people less happy, less likely to vote for, you know, your chosen successor. On the last thing I want to say, just on the identification, it's true. Anything that is correlated with distance to this state center that changes just continuously at the border is going to be confounded. And so if there was, I don't actually think it is the case that there's economic activity around these state centers that your distance to changes as well. But the important thing is the only thing that should change when you cross the border and go 1 block or 2 block this way is not your access to that economy, because you're still, whatever benefits in terms of your demand for transactions or the number of contracts you need enforced should still be, that should continuously move across the border. The only thing that should be, assuming there's any of that stuff, the only thing that should be changing discontinuously is your ability to go to that place for, you know, a solution, or have that person in your neighborhood to provide solutions, as opposed to the block over there. And so that's, you know, that's the, I think that's the idea. And so we think that this, so it's still a compound treatment, but we think it's this compound treatment of things that change in their availability at that border.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to ask Mike to explain what the next activity is going to be like. Mike, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks everyone. So first, let me thank John Weigel and Mandy Chan for helping me organize this session and the one-on-one sessions. They put in a ton of work, so just want to make sure their contribution is acknowledged. I want to thank all the participants for 2 reasons. First, I know it's quite late in Europe, and second, this is going to be a little bit of an unconventional session, so you have my thanks and apologies in advance if it doesn't go so well. But so that we kind of have 2 goals here. I think one is very practical. More of our life is becoming virtual, and so we're kind of hoping to recover some of the interactions that would happen naturally at a conference. We're trying to be a little bit innovative in how we do it. And, you know, I guess one reason to think seriously about it is that if we can figure out ways to do it well, it might provide an opportunity for us to bring in more researchers and development economists from low-income countries who can't easily travel to the Europe or the US to attend these things normally. Let me explain. The second goal. So the second goal is we want to kind of have as a community a conversation around how this pandemic got to affect things. So certainly it's going to sort of change the map of poverty, the degree of poverty across the world. For many of us, it changes kind of what we're talking to policymakers about, how we engage in the field, and so on. So all the facilitators, the fellows who've volunteered to facilitate the breakout groups, we've seated them with a set of 5 questions. You don't have to necessarily answer all of them, but you know, at least we wanted to have a starting point for the conversation. But basically, these are the questions: is kind of how should the development economics community adjust in light of the pandemic? Practically, the way that this will work is we'll start with a 20-minute breakout session. We've already pre-assigned you to smaller groups of around 10 or so. We hope that this is a chance to have a smaller conversation, to forge some new connections. And then after those 20 minutes, we'll come back. We'll ask the fellow who is the facilitator for each of the sessions to provide, you know, a readout from their group. So just sort of summarize what was discussed in the group meeting. And we'll just, because we have more fellows, even if people only speak for 5 minutes, then we have kind of minutes remaining in the conference. We're just going to pick you at random. So apologies in advance if your group doesn't get an opportunity to read out to the broader group. For those watching on YouTube, there'll be a 20-minute pause while everyone is in these breakout groups. So sorry about that, but we'll be back and discussing as a group after 20 minutes. I guess the last thing to say is that we're going to take notes of the group conversation once we come back and are speaking again collectively as a group. If this thing works out and if it yields some insight, we'll think of ways maybe to kind of publish that more broadly, but we'll certainly get everyone to sign off and agree. So anyway, with that, Mandy, if you wouldn't mind breaking us out into groups and we could start the conversation. Also, for the fellows, I've just resent you the questions, so those should be at the top of your inbox. Okay, so I see that there are 48 participants back in the room. So I think that we're all here. So we have about 30 minutes remaining, which will give us the opportunity for about 6 groups if we're speaking at about 5 minutes. So I'll just pick groups at random. Maybe Paula Bustos, if you don't mind starting.
Oh, hello. Hi, everybody. Yes, so we were in a group with Sandra, Isabel, and Eric. We were discussing a few of the questions. In terms of the research agenda, the view was that we shouldn't change the research agenda. You know, basically because the research agendas we have are usually, you know, grounded in the questions that we think are important or are interesting, and those don't disappear because of COVID. That was one of the reasons. The other is that, you know, we hope and expect that this is going to be a short-lived crisis, and then, you know, we will have the same questions as before. In terms of the difficulties with the field work, one of the advices by Sandra and Eric, which was very interesting and that was useful in their experience, was to rely on a local research team composed by locals. And in their experience, this has been very helpful to be able to continue, you know, their field work successfully during this time. We also discussed administrative data, the uses of administrative data, and how, you know, access has been restricted in some cases, but not in others. And one particularly useful strategy is to co-author with people working at central banks, for example, that, you know, might have direct access to data, or, you know, try to obtain some data sets, you know, as an example, the RISE data set in Brazil that you can get in your own computer and you don't need to travel for access. Those were in terms of, yeah, in terms of these two things. Yeah, I won't extend more, just not to take much more time.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And there's certainly no obligation that we take the full 5 minutes. So thanks, Paula. I guess next to go to David McKenzie.
Great. So I was in a breakout room with Jess Goldberg and Dan Bjorkgren. One of the points that I guess sort of firstly about research, you know, one of the things that came up was just, you know, both how much COVID research had already taken place and you know, not a lot of it sort of without much vetting and sort of coming out at a huge rate. But then on the other hand, you know, this feeling of sort of, I guess, you know, that seeing all our colleagues really asking, how can I be helpful? We're development economists, we're seeing all this going on, and, you know, really being driven by this desire to try and use our knowledge to help was really sort of pleasing and gratifying, and sort of, you know, we all sort of felt that sort of urgency of the moment. And I think, you know, stepping back and saying, where are we actually, you know, well pressed to offer sort of immediate advice, given our sort of our projects are often quite long term, and our sort of typical way of working is very different from very rapid advice was sort of useful. And so, you know, I think, you know, thinking about if there's sort of future occurrences when we can do, you know, learning from this, you know, how can we avoid having quite so much come out, but how, you know, where has it been most useful and where has it sort of maybe been a distraction would be useful. The second point was very related to Paula's point, which was around this sort of importance of having somebody there on the ground, and how local co-authors have sort of become of even more importance now that, you know, when you're really trying to know what's going on and you know, understand, you know, when it's safe to do things and what types of interventions make sense and what the real feeling on the ground is sort of no substitute for having somebody who's physically there and who knows the context. And so, you know, this got to, I guess, how can we use this type of digital media to involve more scholars from the developing world? And so, you know, we had a little bit of a debate on this as to sort of whether, we said, well, the nice thing with these breakout rooms is it's sort of interaction between people who have already met each other and already know each other, and it's sort of, would it work so well if it was one-offs? And so, one view was maybe we should think of this as sort of a speed dating type of approach, where we just try and form lots of interactions between people as sort of initial meeting points, and then hopefully we can have, some long-term follow-ups. But the other view is, really what we need is sort of much more sustained engagement. And so maybe if a university is having a seminar series, sort of try and invite somebody to be there every week, from developing country, who's coming and being part of that seminar series and meeting with speakers and talking amongst yourselves, and sort of one-off engagements, and coming to a bread conference or something like that once or twice is maybe not going to sort of lead to a lot of forming of those engagements. And so I think this is a big question for us. Is I think this technology is useful, but just sort of one-off meetings may not, they may form some sparks, but I think, we need a lot more sustained engagement. And then the final sort of point was just a great one that was made of sort of just how to manage workflow and things right now. And so just made this great point of, she's spending a huge amount of time at the moment doing nothing. Keeping projects on life support really takes a lot of time, and the sort of option value of trying to do things in the future, even if nothing is happening now. And I find that myself as well, that sort of a lot of the things where nothing is happening seem to still take a huge amount of time. And so in thinking about how we can pivot ideas and things like that, I think this uncertainty is having a lot of, for people with lots of fieldwork projects, is having a lot of productivity consequences right now. And trying to think about how do we manage those, and where do we go next. And this is again where having somebody who's there and engaged with the policymakers in the ground setting is going to be really useful. So I will stop there and pass on to the next group.
All right, thanks, David. Next we'll have Martina.
Hi, everyone. Very nice to see you. Wish I would see you in real life instead. But this will do for now and for some time. So we had a very nice, actually, coffee room with Robert Garlick, Susanna O, Alessandro Verina, and Andreas Stegman. And we didn't maybe not follow the protocol because I thought we would just have a chat as we would have had if we met outside of the conference room. So we started talking about how COVID has affected our research. And if it's given us opportunities, and we didn't have more time than that. So, much has been covered, but, we know experiments have been paused, and people are working on revisions, trying to finish up old sourdoughs that we don't like to work on, but that are now given new opportunities for time. And just trying to think about projects that are not involving data collection, and try to look at new opportunities. Robert was saying that this has also, given some new opportunities or new avenues that might not have been opened up if it wasn't for COVID, that governments are maybe in some ways more open to try out things in this period when they are kind of needing for new programs. We were also talking about the fact that now we're in the, some of us and some of the surveys that we are doing are on their way to enter the field again. So we talked about maybe this period is also giving us a new way of thinking about ethics. So usually when we think about ethics, we think about the objects of the survey, but now we also think a lot about the surveyors. So what about sending people to the field, and what about the ethical dilemma and the risk that those people take when they go to the field to maybe do survey work? Those are usually not captured in ethical approvals, but now those are really a big concern that we usually don't think about. What else? Short run, that's what I said, finishing revisions, old projects. Alessandra was mentioning, there's a worry about what will the medium run impact be. We're not able to meet with co-authors. There's much less interactions. What about PhD students who can't go to the field and explore new ideas and see what's really on the ground?
So how are things going to pan out in the longer run? And then on top of that, of course, many of us have small kids, and that's adding up a very different set of difficulties in doing research and working from home. So those were the things that we covered. We had a very nice talk. I really like this part of the conference. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm glad to hear it. I guess next, Ben Oken.
Sure. So, my group was me, Joanna Naratomi, and Jonathan Weigel. So all three of us kind of share topical interests in kind of tax and the public sector and development. So, we sort of focus on a lot of those issues. One of the questions in terms of topics that are especially important, I think that, our perspective is that the sort of the public sector has been very important in the developing world. I think that's been, if you've looked around at what's been happening, governments throughout the developing world have had to sort of really up their game in some sense in terms of the kind of responses they've been doing in terms of the both the sort of social assistance they've been providing and the sort of tax revenue they need to do that, and with sort of debt as kind of the and with mounting debt as kind of the way that's all being squared in the crisis area. So in terms of topics and questions, I think we thought that a lot of those issues are becoming a lot more to the fore. I think that creates a new, there've been creating all kinds of new programs that were created throughout the world. I think that many of those will be of interest, not just like from a perspective of how do we think about getting over the COVID shock, but like this has probably been just a huge experience in kind of new program creation. And many of those things are going to be long-lived. I think that, Joanna was talking about, for example, Brazil created like a kind of a UBI style program. Is that going to continue or is that going to go away? How do we think about that? So from the perspective of things that we want to understand, it's kind of been a period of policy innovation, actually, and those are going to have long-run consequences probably beyond the crisis that people are going to want to study and understand. And I think, also, I think that, we as this group probably don't think about macro questions like debt probably enough, but I think those are also going to be pretty severe, important questions for a lot of the countries that we study. In terms of should development economists change their existing, we went through the agenda. So should development economists change their existing research agenda? We thought no, except, obviously we think that some of the issues that we've been studying are very important and many more people will come to work at them. But more broadly, I think that lots of the questions that everyone here is studying are going to continue to be important. I think that, the world goes on and all the questions that I think we study are going to continue to be important. So I think people should continue to think about how to adapt their existing research environment, into the new world. And then in terms of the question about adapting your portfolios, we had sort of a similar issue that came up. Obviously, I think more reliance on phone surveys and administrative data, but we also were talking about this sort of same issue you raised, Martina, about sort of how do we think about incorporating concerns for our surveyors and our field teams, RAs, et cetera. And actually, one issue that came up is, how do we deal with if we're in country A and the people working in country B, but actually country B has a laxer kind of legal environment than we have. So country B is open, even though, by the standards that we might apply in our home country, it wouldn't be. How do we think about that? And, I think some IRBs are actually giving some guidance along those lines, which I think can be very helpful. Other institutions are giving some guidance along those lines. I think certainly HJPL are doing that. I think other organizations are doing that too. But I think that those are all issues that we're all going to have to grapple with. And I think that's about as far as we got. I think that this was really nice. I probably would have wanted to have, we were having a great conversation. We would have been happy to spend more time, at least I would have been happy to spend more time in the breakout room. But it was great to sort of facilitate this kind of conversation. I don't know, that's what I had.
Awesome, thanks. Next, Karen.
Yeah, I took the option of assigning somebody to report. So it's Kyle. I hope Kyle is still there.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I've been assigned to report. So, yeah, Karen and Paul and myself had a nice little discussion, and we just discussed a couple of things. On the research agenda, we talked a little bit about data and the importance data, obviously, and some of the consumption surveys and the labor force surveys that we all rely on, and that policy decisions are often based on, might be less available, and so that begs the question of whether some effort should be allocated to satellite data and other sources of information that can be substitutes for those traditional sources of data, and particularly whether those sources can be ground truth and ground truth in sort of real time, because it's going to be hard to do that given the COVID situation. So that was we spent a lot of time talking about that. Let's see, what else did we talked a little bit about the accessibility of policy folks at the moment, and whether policy folks are going to be more accessible or less accessible, and given the COVID situation. And it Karen made the nice point that it seems like there's good arguments that they're actually more accessible, given that they're not flying all over the place, and so that might not necessarily be a huge problem. For junior researchers, though, who don't have deep existing connections in the policy world and who would like, it might be difficult to make those initial connections, because it's hard to get FaceTime. So they're thinking of ways to build those bridges might be nice. And of course, we talked about a little bit about all the gains that have happened over the last few years in female labor force participation in some places, and how unfortunately some of those things seem like they might be getting erased, and so a lot of attention is going to need to be allocated to thinking about how to recapture some of those gains that we've gotten over the years there. So I think those were the main three things that we did. Karen, feel free to add if I have neglected anything.
No, that was great. Thanks.
Okay, I guess Chris Idry.
Thanks. Well, I have the advantage of being in a breakout room with Natalie Bao and Robin Burgess and Supreet Kaur. And we've talked about a lot of things that have already come up. We noticed that one effect of this pandemic has been the increased importance of some of the things that we have been doing to policymakers with immediate policy needs. Ongoing research projects with ongoing data collection that was transitioned into telephone surveys became, the public good nature of that became much more apparent, and then linking in with what some of the other groups have found, it's the ongoing acceptance of Zoom meetings like this by policymakers around the world meant that there's a much more immediate connection between data collection that we're doing and work that we're doing and the policymakers' desperate need for knowing what's going on. And so we found that the pace of work has just increased remarkably. But we also noted that, as all other groups did as well, that this is a moment of opportunity for certain types of research, but we're in this business because of the passions of the work that we've established before, and that's largely not going to change. And so we don't think that advising people to change their research in response to this crisis is something that we would want to do. It's just that there's some new opportunities that some of us would want to take advantage of. We also talked a bit about new methods of data collection and new types of data, which other groups have also discussed, remote sensing, et cetera. But we talked a little bit more about telephone surveys. We complained about the difficulty of them. We were concerned about the irregular response rates and how to improve who you're talking, how to improve the process of interviews and to expand the types of data that we felt we could collect through telephone surveys. And it's worth noting that IPA and Northwestern, GPRL, and I'm sure others are working on methodological research on trying to improve remote data collection through telephones. I'm sure there's other people doing it as well. We can look, the methods initiative that IPA and GPRL have set up is one such method where we're trying to understand what sort of data you can collect via telephone and what you can't. And we're also concerned about biases and trying to understand how to reach people who are difficult to reach by phone. How do you reach women? How do you reach people who in poorer households? How do you reach people in poor areas that don't have network connections? And we talked about other types of opportunities presented by the COVID pandemic for research, having to do with understanding the impact of the natural experiments that it presents, understanding appropriate economic responses to it, and we're concerned about the relative, we were also worried that a lot of our methods are limited in the sense that we tend to have research projects that go on for years, when the demand for answers in this context are in days or weeks or months at most, and trying to deal with that temporal disconnect is a challenge that we don't have a resolution to. Okay.
Thanks, Chris. I guess I'll call on Tavneet next.
Thanks. I assigned Dean. Sorry, it was Dean, Eliana, and I, so we had a slightly different conversation than maybe others. So I'm assigning Dean to report out.
Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Yep. So just as Tavneet said, it was Tavneet, Eliana, and me. Basically, we talked about two sides to this. One is about research project selection. A lot of some of the same themes that I think were discussed here already. So I'll be a little bit briefer, but one emphasis in particular was that there are a lot of cases here where we all have some relationships that either are in development or historically strong, where we can provide service to a country, to policymakers, to local NGOs, and that's a value. And there's some element where that should be a factor. Where most of us are in this because in this line of research because we actually are driven by the humanitarian aspects of the impacts that we hope to make in some way. And it's and that's no one should be shy to do that. Now that's maybe a luxury for senior versus junior, and so I'm going to talk about that at the end and why we need to take that into consideration. But the second is, it is true for all the reasons everybody has been saying that the bar, we're going to have a flood of these papers. And there's going to be all sorts of leaps we have to make that we normally are, tend to be about data quality, about identification, that are going to be just that much harder. And so be careful. Like, it's not clear that just marching ahead with a paper that is similar to lots of things others are doing and has all these questions is really going to help in the long run to someone's career. And so in some sense, our advice was to someone young in particular was to say, focus on other aspects unless you really think you have something that is unique on COVID, that it might be good to allocate effort to the extent you can on projects in another phase. Data oriented, paper writing, it's existing data, reanalysis, meta-analysis, things of this nature. So on the main thrust, though, that we talk more about is just all the shifts that we need to make on the kind of the evaluation side of us researchers. So, people who have the power in administration, I think there's been some of this already, but I suspect not enough. Is just systematic extension of clocks for people. But then speaking more to the audience here, since most of us here don't have that kind of control, influence, and we can try to talk about these issues and rise them up, but is think about when we're evaluating, when we're writing tenure letters and things of this nature. We don't know the variance, even if, we know that there's been, for many, a tremendous loss of productivity. It's not just about your field work, it's about your home life. And so the ability to make comparisons when you're doing a comparison to people of the same PhD age, you gotta add variance to that. So we're gonna need to be very conscientious of this when we're evaluating portfolios, and taking that into consideration, that this kind of assessment of productivity is just got made really much harder. And so we need to be sensitive to that. And that's something that we should all pay attention to. So.
Okay, thanks, Dean. I guess, is that all? I don't want to.
I think so. I'm getting a thumbs up from Tavneet, so I think I got it. Okay. Eliana, if there's anything you felt I left out, by all means, jump in.
Yeah, so it looks like I think we'll actually get through everyone. Next I'll call on Sean, and then I guess Nancy, our group, can go last.
Great. So I'll take less than half the remaining time. And so I had the pleasure of meeting Gregory Lane, who I didn't know, and being in a group with Chris Blattman. On self-reflection, Greg noted he just finished a few projects. Chris noted he'd switched to writing books lately, and I noted that I've been working a lot on digital delivery of information. So we noted this as both an aggregate productivity shock to the profession, but with very heterogeneous effects. And so we wondered, to what extent should the field think about trying to provide some insurance across people who might be more affected relative to people who are maybe less affected. We also saw through introspection, maybe a lot of opportunistic COVID research that might not have a natural outlet or being super compelling. So we wanted to discipline ourselves and suggest discipline to others in doing very opportunistic stuff. Just as a side note, we all thought that swift shifting to doing quasi-experimental or other work makes a lot of sense. JPAL, I'll put in a plug, as a new initiative to make admin data sets available systematically to researchers. So if you're in the middle of negotiations for a really important admin data set, JPAL might be able to help you out on the idea that will then make it available to other people. And then in terms of the shift to virtual, I thought that the Stockholm Virtual Development Economics Seminar that was organized over the summer was kind of a nice innovation. And it seems like a nice opportunity, maybe especially for juniors, but for anybody really, to self-organize quite smaller niche conferences, right? So you can just get 6 people who are working on digital financial services in Western Africa and pick a Thursday afternoon and bang out six papers and get a lot of feedback in a way that might be harder to do in a world where people traveled physically. So I think we have 2 more groups, and I'll cede the floor there.
Okay, so I think I've forgotten how many groups there are. So Joe, maybe if you don't mind going next. Sorry about that, everyone.
Sure. Martina was going to summarize for us.
All right. I'll be very quick. I don't want to repeat what has been said already. I think the point that we've maybe discussed more than what has been said was to take this chance as well to bring and to analyze, on the one hand, existing data and bringing that together, and bringing people from different disciplines working, not different fields within economics, working together. So this is a moment as well to do that. We also agreed that while we all have individually some research in COVID, that it makes sense to stick answering the questions that we've been trying to answer for a long time, rather than shifting our research focus. Joe, I don't know whether you want to add something.
I think it's fine.
Okay, and then one other group is Rocco.
Right now, I had the kids coming. Hi, everybody. Yes, we had a group with Rachel Heath and with Michael King, and yeah, most of the points have already kind of been covered. I think one point that was mentioned is that there has been a big impact on the more junior people, and particularly on PhD students. When you think about the PhD is the time for many people in this field, in which they train themselves to do field work, and they can spend a lot of time in the field. And for many, this has become impossible. So there's going to be some scarring effects, and maybe that's something that further down the line is either Brad or CEPR might try to think about the new cohorts of people coming up. And then yes, I mean there was a little bit the argument of saying what can we do. I think kind of came up. Those that have an existing relationship in the field maybe were able to provide, if not service, at least some thoughts on partners and stakeholders. But at the same time, there was also the feeling that we probably are better off. The world is better off, not just our career is better off. The world is better off if we keep going with the question that we felt were important all along, and this for a variety of reasons. And despite the fact that probably kind of funding instability in the medium and short run kind of might give incentives or might try kind of pull away people from what they were doing onto new things. But otherwise, a lot of the points that have already been mentioned emerged in the discussion.
Okay, so I think that Nancy's group, which was also my group, is the only remaining one, and I guess we're going to let people get on with their lives. So just to quickly wrap up with we'll put our kind of anything that wasn't already covered in the notes anyway. Just to close the session, we've taken notes, so we'll try to put these up somewhere central that everyone can access them and feed in. And then I guess if we feel like there's insight that would, the broader development economics community might benefit from, maybe we'll put them up as a blog post, or at least it's an idea we're toying with. Second thing I'd say in closing is that this is the first time we've tried this. So, any ways that we can improve or make this better, just please email those things to John and I, and, we'll try to also figure out some way for the next group that's organizing such an exercise, try to share those lessons learned. But anyway, I'm glad that everyone seemed to have had a good time and there was lots of great discussion. It was great to speak with you all. And have a great afternoon or great evening, depending on where you are.
And I thank you and John on behalf of everyone, because I've really enjoyed this session, and you guys, it took a lot of time to figure out how to do it, and you were tremendous. So thanks a lot, and we'll try to keep it going in future.
And remember, like 4 p.m. tomorrow. 4 p.m. UK, it continues.
You're a party pooper, Rob.
Thanks, everyone. Have a
Thanks a lot,
great
Mike.
afternoon. Yeah, thanks. Bye.
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 Thank you all.